On the porta potty. GTD is next. Go to FarrellOnTheBench.com for all my action. See you tomorrow on in-game live all access at noon.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
I'm Corey Myers. Tropical storm Idalia triggering life-threatening flash floods in parts of eastern North Carolina. The storm that came on shore as a Category 3 hurricane in Florida yesterday morning, now a tropical storm with sustained winds of 60 miles an hour. A tropical storm warning in effect for South Santee River, north to the Carolina-Virginia state line. Hurricane Idalia may end up going down as a large-scale water event instead of a wind event, which could be good news for Florida homeowners. Here's the Insurance Information Institute's Mark Friedlander.
You need flood insurance to have protection from those losses. So that will not factor into the equation how much the property insurance industry will be paying out for claims.
Unlike Hurricane Ian last year, Idalia's winds eyed a less populated Big Bend region. And while there is significant flooding along a majority of Florida's Gulf Coast, property insurance won't cover those losses. North Korea says it conducted a simulated nuclear war against South Korea in response to the country's military drills with the U.S. and Japan. A new report on state media says North Korea views the Allied exercises as a rehearsal for war by the U.S. and that the North Korean army staged a simulated nuclear strike Wednesday night in reaction to those drills. South Korea says the annual drills are to defend itself against the North. Southwest Airlines pilots planning informational picket lines today at several major airports to express their frustration with contract negotiations that have dragged on for 3.5 years. The union filed for federal mediation last year, but no deal has been reached. This is USA News.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. This is your dentist. Do me a favor and feel the front of your teeth. How grimy are they? Ugh. It's time for a Crest Pro Health reality checkup. That grime is the buildup of plaque bacteria that can cause cavities in just months. You need to switch to Crest Pro Health. While most toothpaste stop working in minutes, Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects for up to 12 hours to stop cavities before they start. So pick some up on the way home. Smile. Crest has you covered.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Taco Bell testing Mountain Dew flavored gelato at a restaurant near company headquarters in Irvine, California. Mountain Dew Baja Blast gelato will be available starting today. It costs $3. It's the first time Taco Bell has ever offered a gelato. Visa and MasterCard planning to increase fees that many merchants pay when they accept customers' credit cards. Aaron Real reports.
Credit card fee increases are scheduled to start in October and April, according to the Wall Street Journal. Many of the increases are for online purchases. The changes could result in merchants paying an additional $502 million annually in fees. Increases in network fees will make up a little more than half of the revenue. The rest will come from increases in interchange fees, also called swipe fees. Merchants pay these fees when shoppers pay via credit card. Visa, MasterCard, and big banks have said that the fees help cover the costs related to fraud prevention and innovation, while banks often use the money from interchange fees to fund credit card rewards programs.
There's an alligator who was dumped in New Jersey. Sarah Lee Kessler has an update.
It poked its head out of the duck pond in Victor Krall Park for a moment last night, as if to say, you can't catch me, and the Middlesex Borough search crews did not. But now a trap's been set for the gator on the edge of the duck pond. The mayor hopes it works, but in the meantime, the park remains closed.
I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
This is Ron Barr. Be sure to check out Sports Byline and the 8 Side Network's outstanding 8-part podcast series, Behind the Barrier, Voices from the Negro Leagues. Hear Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, and others share their stories of the Negro Leagues, the challenges that the players face, and the importance of Negro League baseball to the game's history. Behind the Barrier is available now on the iHeart Podcast Network and all podcast platforms, including Apple, Amazon, Spotify, Stitcher, and Pandora. Check out Behind the Barrier.
Everyone watches more than 5 hours of television. Really? And that's not counting mobile viewing. Get Dish TV and make that time worth it. With Dish, you can get hundreds of channels, access to all kinds of sports, tons of movies, premium channels, and more. Another thing that's really cool with Dish is you can watch most of your favorite shows on your mobile device anywhere for a lot less than cable. Yes, that's right. We are asking you to watch more TV and not less TV, but make it better television with Dish this time, anytime, anywhere. So call right now and learn how easy it is to save on your television bill and get the most out of your TV viewing experience. Dial that number and I promise you we're here waiting for your call because we want to save you money and give you better television. We are Dish TV.
800-293-0328. 800-293-0328. 800-293-0328. That's 800-293-0328.
If you love history, head over to YouTube and check out Blogging Through History. Hosted by Mineral Ridge High School graduate Chris Mowery, Blogging Through History visits historic sites to explore not only the well-known figures and events of the past, but also compelling stories that maybe you've never heard before. Chris would also like to wish his niece Amira Emsch and the Mineral Ridge Rams the best of luck for a successful 2023 season.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Listened to his post-game show last night. I couldn't wait to hear what the Nebraska Cornhusker fans had to say. I mean, they just invent ways to lose games. I mean, if you watch that, I mean, the Florida-Utah game was an absolute snooze fest. It really was. I mean, the first play from scrimmage, 70 yards, Utes in the end zone, 7-zip. Florida stinks. I mean, and I should have known better because Graham Mertz, the quarterback for Florida, transfer from Wisconsin, you know what? He changed his address from Madison, Wisconsin to Gainesville, Florida, but nothing about him has changed. He stinks. He is a horrible college quarterback. He really – and I feel bad for Billy Napier. I do. Billy Napier and the Florida Gators, they got issues. They really do. They're going to be a bottom tier, middle to bottom tier in the SEC. I mean, Florida, I'm not impressed. I mean, that seriously. The one catch by the receiver was pretty interesting, but for the most part, not impressed at all with Florida last night. So that's where we get started today. We look forward to it. Charlie is connected. He's ready to go. We get into it. We got a lot of NFL stuff to talk about, but a lot of college football stuff too, because the ACC has invited Cal, Stanford, and SMU. So we will get into that as well. Plus, we'll look back at the Thursday night games, preview the weekend as well. 5 straight days of college football, and the NFL will start on Thursday. The lift litter will be a doozy. Detroit at Kansas City. We're coming back here on a Football Friday into a Saturday. Sports Byline. I'm Marty Turrell. Keep it here.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep. And a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements. Learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better. Night after night. Sleep next level. Only from Sleep Number.
Don't miss our Labor Day special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day.
I don't even recognize myself anymore. I'm really worried about him. His addiction. I haven't seen him like this. Ever.
Hey, look, I never wanted to start using. I knew the drill, but I was out of options.
I just want to tell him it's not your fault. There are people out there who can help. People who have felt your pain. They know what you're going through.
This has to stop. I'm losing everything. Everyone.
You've been strong your whole life. You can do this, but you have to reach out for help.
It's time. I can do this.
Addiction is a disease, and diseases need treatment.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-378-3508, 800-378-3508. That's 800-378-3508. Paid for by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-949-0039. 800-949-0039. That's 800-949-0039. Paid for by the Tax Helpline.
Are you looking to improve your baseball swing? You need the Rip Grip Pro. Co-created by Dodgers AAA star Drew Avans, the Rip Grip Pro will help you stay palm up, palm down, and pull the barrel of the bat through the zone instead of pushing it. Check out Drew's videos at ripgrippro.com, and you'll see how this can help you or the baseball player in your family improve your ABs. Get the adjustability in your swing that you need. Go to ripgrippro.com. That's ripgrippro.com.
All right, welcome back here as we roll along here through a football Friday into a Saturday, and we're going to be with you full-blown Saturday night football, college football, scores, interviews, and highlights. It's football, fifth quarter takeover. Marty Terrell and Charlie Gibbons along the way. Charlie's going to hang out for 2 segments. Donnie Antanasi will come up to bring us on home top of the next hour here throughout the overnight and the early morning hours. We get ready for the first full week of college football. I can't wait. I really look forward to it. I'm into it now. I mean, Friday night, look, Miami of Ohio, Miami, Florida, Stanford, Hawaii. Do you get jacked up for games? Yeah, you know what? It's college football. I couldn't get enough of it last night. Charlie, what about you? You pumped up to get this season underway, and here we go.
Yeah. I think we got some good games tonight. So, yeah, no, it's exciting. I'm not going to lie. I was trying to watch that Nebraska game, and I fell asleep. So,
Charlie, how can you fall asleep during a game? How do you fall asleep? Come on, man.
I know how people who aren't Iowa fans have felt the last 2 years watching Iowa's offense. It was pretty rough.
Did you go back and watch some of the Nebraska? Charlie, I don't want to spend the whole show, the whole 2 segments on this, but Nebraska blows my mind. It doesn't matter who's at the helm. I know Matt Rule's a great guy, and he's done a great job at Baylor. Before that, he did a great job at Temple, not so much with the Carolina Panthers in the NFL. My God, last night, they gave that game away. They gave it away. Now, look at there was a play.
They got some kind of curse. They got some kind of curse, like the Red Sox or the Cubs curse going over there.
I don't know. Look, I thought there was a touchdown right before the half, but then they blew the play dead. They looked at it after the fact because there was a false start, which worked in their favor. They looked at it. The eye in the sky said, no, go. They settled for the field goal to go up 10-3. listen, they dominated the second half of that game. I mean, I'm looking at Jeff Sims, the quarterback, the transfer from Georgia Tech. He ran for 91 last night. He averaged nearly a first down for every time he touched the football, 114 yards passing. So, I mean, he had a really, really decent game, but yet there were 4 turnovers, fumbles,
3
and
INTs.
picks. Oh, my God.
3 interceptions. Yeah, you can't.
Now, Daniel Jackson made a catch for all time. I mean, that's as good as a catch as you're ever going to see, Charlie. Come on. Have you seen it? I mean, Daniel Jackson, left corner of the end zone, to catch and drag his trailing foot for the equalizer was nothing short of amazing. It was a great catch, great footwork. I mean, you cannot take that away from Minnesota.
No, not at all. No, yeah, it was. It was a great catch. And hey, let's be honest. You know, Minnesota's been a pretty decent team under PJ. I mean, it took them a couple of years to get them put together, but they're pretty consistent. You know, 9-4, 8-5, and then they'll have a 10-2 season. You know, a 9-3. So, I mean, they're consistent. They're in there every year fighting for the what's soon to be the end of the Big Ten West. So, I think it was a good showing by Nebraska. They just, you know, they got to hang on to the football. You can't give the other team the ball 4 times and expect to win. You just can't. So.
Yeah, and Charlie, what's interesting is their next spot is on the road against Colorado and Deion Sanders and the Buffaloes in Boulder a week from tomorrow on September 9th. Here's my question, though. Colorado's going to go to TCU. We'll see. I mean, there's people predicting TCU is going to win 8 or 9 games. I don't see it. I mean, that's just, to me, it's nuts. Nutbird to think that they're going to win 8 or 9 games coming off a 1-11 season. Well, maybe they will.
What about 6? Could you see them win?
All right.
6?
Well, I think they're going to be 3-9. To be honest with you, I really do. I don't think they're going to be. You know, Deion's not playing, by the way. Even if he was, he's out there. He's had toes removed and all sorts of stuff. But here's my question, Charlie. I mean, Nebraska, you want to talk about a season on the brink. They blew a game in Minneapolis last night. They lose in Boulder. They're 0-2 before they've even laced it up in the Big Ten. I mean, this is crunch time already for Nebraska. That's a horrible loss. And now you've got Colorado and Boulder looming a week from tomorrow. How big is this going to be for them? Their season's going to turn, and it's going to turn one way or the other very quickly.
Well, yeah, and for Nebraska's sake, if they do lose, I hope they get blown out, because I think if it comes down to another last-second field goal, they're.
Oh my God! Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Seriously.
I think they're just going to snap and go full-on berserk over there. But, yeah, boy, it's going to be an interesting game. It really is. 2 first-year head coaches at their respective schools, and gosh, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how. I mean, I think we'll have a lot better idea this week after Colorado TCU game. I think, don't we? I mean,
oh yeah, and let me tell you something. We're gonna learn a lot quickly about Nebraska too. I mean, this is almost a must-win situation on the road. You know, I listened to Stephen M. Sipple, who I love, contributed to radio shows over the year, Lincoln Journal Star, but he's now with On3, the website on3.com. Man, I love Sip. Plus, he's on. He does the morning break over on Lincoln's ESPN radio. I listened to him this morning, called in from Minneapolis. I loved it. And, the fan base in Lincoln, and this will be the last Nebraska thing, a lot of them, Charlie, walked away from that game last night saying, you know what, nothing's changed. The coach has changed, but it's the same old Nebraska. What do you say to that?
Look, I don't think there's anybody who wanted that win last night more than Matt Rule. And especially the way that game came down to the end like it did with the walk-off field goal. I mean, that's just a dagger in their everybody's right in their heart. I mean, my God, that's been the story over there in Lincoln for the last 5 years. But I'm sticking to my guns. I think Matt Rule is still the guy to get that thing turned around. And Yeah, so it's one game, and at least it wasn't to, you know, Georgia Southern or whatever, like they had lost to last year under Frost. I mean, they lost some real stinkers last year. They were competitive. I think their defense has gotten a lot better, obviously, more disciplined. So, I mean, there's hope there. They got to hang on to the ball. I mean, that kid from Georgia Tech, that Jeff Sims, I mean, let's be honest. He came from Georgia Tech. He's used to handing it off. He's not used to throwing it around. So, he clean up some of those turnovers. And I didn't get to see all the game, but I don't think they had a bunch of stupid penalties called. You know?
Yeah, and there was so many sloppy, things that you expect to see week one. All right, real quick, give me a hit on Florida. Listen, I thought they looked horrible. Utah didn't have their starting quarterback. It didn't matter. They used Jackson. They used Barnes. It didn't matter. Barnes, first play of the from scrimmage, 70 yards for a touchdown. Florida, Billy Napier, he's got his hands full down there. They're a long way from being relevant. They really are. Florida has come down so far. But Utah's Utah. Didn't have their starting quarterback, but they rolled by 13. Give me a quick hit on that before we go to break.
Yeah, hey, I love Kyle Whittingham. I think he's done just an amazing job out there. And I still think they're the team to beat in the Pac-12 until somebody knocks them off. So, I mean, look what they were able to do against Florida. I mean, I realize Florida's got a long way to go, but, they got a ton of athletes down there, and Utah was able to go out there and
they manhandled them.
Yeah,
they really did.
Yeah, with two backup quarterback, their second and third string quarterback. So,
and you know what, Charlie, they had a ton of holding calls. They got to clean up their offensive line, and Whittingham's going to do that because their offensive line, one guy in particular, left tackle, I mean, 2 or 3 times got called for holding. Listen, you stay tight. We'll come back. We'll look ahead to Saturday. We'll look into Sunday and Monday. Hey, look, there's great games. LSU, Florida State might be the slobber knocker. That may carry the weekend. We come back here. Football. The 5th quarter takeover Saturday night here across the country on Sports Byline.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-867-6917. 800-867-6917. 800-867-6917. That's 800-867-6917.
If you served in the Marine Corps, by now you know about the contaminated water problem at Camp Lejeune. If you were stationed or worked at Camp Lejeune from 1953 to 1987, you probably have a lot of questions. We have some answers. You could be entitled to compensation. Billions of dollars are being allocated to pay for damages to anyone stationed at Camp Lejeune during that time. Unfortunately, it appears that officials may have known the contaminated water problem existed and did little to protect their men. The Semper Fi code was not honored. If you or someone in your family has developed a serious illness, including various forms of cancer, call this Camp Lejeune legal support line right now. You can't turn back the clock and change what happened, but you can certainly call right now and learn your rights as a Marine. Here's the number.
800-725-1651. 800-725-1651. That's 800-725-1651. Paid for by Legal Alert Line.
Do you have Medicare and do you use a CPAP machine? This is a national healthcare alert regarding your CPAP supplies. Using a clean CPAP mask and clean supplies is important to staying healthy. The best way to make sure your CPAP equipment is clean is to get new supplies. If you have Medicare, we have great news. Medicare will pay for you to have new clean supplies every 90 days. We'll even do all the paperwork for you to make sure that there's little to no out-of-pocket cost to you. And you don't even have to leave your home. We provide free in-home delivery. So if you're a CPAP user and you have Medicare, staying healthy with new CPAP equipment is easy. Just make this free phone call right now to get started.
Sponsored by Specialty Medical. 800-913-9739. 800-913-9739. 800-913-9739. That's 800-913-9739.
Welcome back. Let's get to the Saturday menu of games here. It's week 2. Well, week 1. Week 0 last week. We had 8 games. We got a boatload of games. You know, Charlie, the only downside here, I'll get a quick comment from you. We have a lot of football games, but we got a lot of blowouts. Holy smokes. I mean, even Colorado's a 3-touchdown underdog against TCU. And I know you're all lathered up, hot and bothered about Deion in Colorado. They're going to get smoked. They are going to get smoked. Unless he can take all these guys that he got via transfer and get them to jail real quick. And I guess if anybody can do it, maybe it's Deion. What do you think? They're going to buy into Deion or what?
Oh, yeah, they wouldn't have came there. They were bought in before they came. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, it'll be interesting. All eyes are going to be on Boulder, tomorrow. That's where the game's at, right? It's at,
it's at TCU. At TCU.
Oh, it is at TCU. Okay, so it'll be in Fort Worth. Okay,
Fort Worth.
That's right. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, everybody will be down there, Fort Worth.
Well, it's on Fox, and they've been promoting the hell out of it. If you were watching last night, I saw 15 promos. I saw Deion more than I saw the Nebraska quarterback last night. I'm serious. Every time they went to a commercial break, they came out of it or went into it with a promo for Colorado. I mean, he is the mother cow. He's the bell cow right now for Fox. He really is.
He's got to be getting a cut of that, doesn't he? I mean, he's probably going to be looking for some NIL money there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get to the Iowa schools, and I don't want to spend a lot of time, but Iowa, Utah State, I mean, this is better than a 3-touchdown favorite. You know, the big talk is, look, they got to score points because Brian Ferentz is going to average over 25 per game or he's going to walk the plank, which to me is almost so stupid. It makes Iowa look so small. Oh, really? Your offensive coordinator is going to get fired if you average 24 points a game instead of 25 points a game? I mean, thank God Barter's gone. Really, thank God he's gone. What a stupid stipulation. Let's start right there. Go ahead.
I'll be honest with you. I think I feel most sorry for Brian Ferentz.
It's embarrassing.
Well, yeah, and he's the one that's got to answer all these damn questions in regards to that. It's like he had absolutely nothing to do with that. He had no say in that. He you know what I mean? It's like, so yeah. In a way, I feel most sorry for Brian in regards to that stipulation because it's gonna come up, and honestly, I could care less. And honestly, Brian and Kirk could care less. If they win that game tomorrow, 7-4, they'll be tickled to death.
Well, I don't know about that.
No, you want to bet? Somebody just asked Ferentz about his favorite game. It was that 6-4 win at Penn State.
Right.
Favorite game. Yeah. I mean, if he could win every game that way, he'd be happy. He doesn't care as long as they come out.
Yeah, but back up, Charlie. When they struggled against South Dakota last year, there was nobody doing backflips over that disaster. I mean, their offense sucked last year. Let's not sugarcoat it. Early on, especially. So I would disagree. If Iowa wins that game, 1 touchdown to 2 safeties, you're going to tell me they're doing cartwheels going home? I think you're crazy.
I think behind the scenes they could care less. I really do. They could care less.
Well, no, here's why they do care, though, because they're going to have to answer the question, Charlie. If Iowa only scores 7 points tomorrow, in the week when they're getting ready for Iowa State, all they're going to hear about is, oh, boy, you got to score 43 points next week, because you only had 7 last week, and 25 times 2 is 50, and -7 is 43. To average 25, you got to score 43 against Iowa State. This is what the media does, I'm telling you. And the media here in Iowa at times, more often than not, is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. They buy into this crap. I'm with you. I think deep down inside, Ferentz is laughing. He thinks, really? You think I'm going to go to bed Friday night worried about whether we score 25 points or not?
Exactly.
All I want to do is put a W. I want to check the W box. W means win. I agree with you, but you know what? We're in the decided minority, Charlie. We really are.
Right. Well, and don't get me wrong. If Kirk and Brian could draw up a game plan to where somehow they could score 50 points a game and would never have to risk turning the ball over, they'd be all for it. But
I agree.
But at the same time, I've been watching Ferentz's his press conferences and so forth, even going back to like the Big Ten. And look, Ferentz has been there a long time, and he's got a lot of, I don't know what the word you want to call it is, but he's carrying a big stick, really. And I've noticed that he's just starting to say more of what he really thinks and how he really feels, and maybe not so worried about how that's viewed by the outside, whether it be the media, the fans, or anybody else.
Can you give me an example of that? Because that's an interesting observation, and I'm not smart enough to pick up on that. But you sense that he's loosey-goosey? Is it because Barta's gone? Why is he now being a soothsayer and a truth sayer, whereas before he was much more guided and measured in what he said? And I'm taking you at your word, because I haven't noticed it. But again, I don't examine this stuff. But you think he's being more straightforward right now, Charlie?
Absolutely.
Give me an example.
Okay, so the betting scandal, like with Noah Shannon and how that whole thing was dealt, just his verbiage in talking about when asked
fair.
about
that's
that.
Fair. Now that I think about it,
yeah, he was just a lot more. In the past, I would say he was a lot more conservative. And he's pretty much come right out and told you what he's thought about it and how he's felt about it a lot more directly, I think, than he would have in the past.
And I think that's fair, Charlie, because you're right. He's come out and said, remove my players from it. The whole thing, the rules that these kids are governed by are ridiculous. And I agree with him, except, and this is where it gets convoluted between Iowa and Iowa State. If you're using your parents' credit card and your mom or your dad's opening up a gambling account and you're utilizing it, well, now you're circumventing laws. You're breaking the law because you're under 21 and you're doing something to illegal gamble. So
Shannon isn't. That's the thing.
No, I understand, and that's why listen, I give Ferentz a lot of credit for appealing that on Noah's behalf. I really do. I'm happy he's done that, because quite frankly, if the kid is being suspended for the whole year, and it doesn't seem like he's getting treated fairly. He really doesn't. But, that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm glad I'm asking you. Charlie, here's where I'll go. I'm going to run through some games here, and wake me up when you get to a game that's really – we'll be in Iowa City tomorrow, and I'm going to love being at a game with you, because we're going to really pay attention and analyze this game, and I'm looking forward. And let me start right there. I'm really looking forward to McNamara. I am. It's going to be 100 degrees on that field. I think they're going to be careful with him, Charlie. They get up 28-0, 35-3, something like that. I'd sit him down. I really wouldn't. I'd get Deacon Hill in there. What do you think? We're going to see McNamara go wire to wire, or what do you think?
I think for the first time, we're probably going to see our starting QB get pulled early if we have a comfortable lead. And for Ferentz, that could be 14-0, honestly.
Well, I don't know about that, but 21 for sure. 3 scores.
With their defense, I don't know. We'll see. But Yeah, in a perfect world, yeah, you bet. They come out, they get a pick six to start the game. They run a punt back for a touchdown, and then, maybe Caleb, totes the rock, gets them that third score. But
well, Iowa's a big favorite tomorrow. Michigan, East Carolina, Harbaugh, no Harbaugh, they're going to roll. TCU is 3 touchdowns over Colorado. Kentucky plays Ball State, Oklahoma, Arkansas State. I mean, I could go on. Tennessee, Virginia, SMU, La Tech. Purdue, though, and Fresno State, again, that's an 11 o'clock kickoff. That on paper looks like a tight game, but Iowa State, Northern Iowa, they're dropping down. Charlie, that game is scary. You know what? Northern Iowa's had a lot of distractions. They don't have the starting quarterback. They don't have the starting running back. They don't have some key defenders. If I'm an Iowa State fan, I'm nervous about Ames, Iowa tomorrow. I really am.
Yeah,
that's a 1 o'clock kickoff, and they're going to be very nervous there, I think.
I do. With everything that's going on, and on top of that, even when Iowa State's been at full strength, UNI has come in there and pushed them to the end when they didn't have a lot of outside distractions like they're currently dealing with. So, yeah, I would be a little nervous if I were an Iowa State fan, to say the least. And yeah, I'm anxious to see. I'm kind of excited to see how that game turns out, because I'm a Matt Campbell fan, and I'm pulling for.
He's a great coach, and I feel bad what he's going through. Hey, is the game of the weekend, though, when it's all said and done, Memorial Day, Labor Day, when we go to work on Tuesday, we will look back and say, man, that LSU Florida State game was a rock fight. What do you think? Is that the game of the weekend?
It could be, and it also could be LSU flexing their muscle, and maybe Florida State's got a little further.
Or the other way around.
Or you think so? You calling your shot? You calling your shot here?
No, but I'm calling you to tell you goodbye, and I'm calling you. I'll see you in the morning on the way to Iowa City. We're out of time. Thank you, Charlie. You get back to us, Destination Grill, our college football spotlight. Brought to you by DestinationGrillWithAD.com. Check out their Prime Rib Friday and Saturday. Brunch 10 to 2 on the weekends. I'm Marty Terrell here on Sports Byline. Coming back with more football talk with Don Antanasio as well.
School on! Save on!
Back to school is on, and Staples has great prices on everything you need for your best year yet. Save on headphones and laptops. Save on notebooks, pens, and all the essentials. Priced low and still in stock. And right now at Staples, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each. Plus, select notebooks are just 35 cents each. School on, save on at Staples, where school savings are always in session. Ends 9/16. In-store only. Limit 30.
Attention homeowners. It's not if something's going to break, it's when. That's home ownership. If your dryer, your refrigerator, or your AC and heating breaks, that's an expensive call. And who do you call? Make it easy on yourself and call Choice Home Warranty. We've already done the research and have access to 25,000 technicians that can be at your home quickly. We've covered close to 2 million homes in the United States. There's a good chance your neighbors work with us. Call us right now before the next breakdown. We'll tell you everything that's covered in your home and give you the first month free with our ironclad 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now and learn how to get your free month.
800-392-7027. 800-392-7027. 800-392-7027. That's 800-392-7027.
Limitations and exclusions apply. First month free with purchase of single plan. Visit choicehomewarranty.com for more details.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. you'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steelman Pills. 800-965-1295. 800-965-1295. 800-965-1295. That's 800-965-1295.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros.
Please stand by for this special presentation of the iMedia One Network on the Live 365 Network and the Live 365 app.
Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240 are back with another high school football matchup in the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week. And now we take you to the stadium for all the action with our broadcast team of Mark Means and Dave Clark.
And good evening and welcome to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week. High atop Mollenkoff Stadium, it is the Farrell Steelers from Western Pennsylvania and the Warren Western Reserve Panthers. That's right, it is Panthers night here at Mollenkoff Stadium. So we will refer to the Raiders as the Panthers all evening long. I'm joined by my two partners in the booth today. We start with Dave Clark. And Dave, we've been anticipating this game for a while now, and we couldn't ask for a more beautiful night.
Oh, yeah, perfect night for football. And I tell you, we talked about this way back in July that we was looking forward to this, and now it's finally here.
And we bring in our special guest commentator over from Western Pennsylvania. Do not get confused. The name is the same. My other partner is Coach Mark Means, who was with West Middlesex for several years, the last couple with Sharpsville. First off, thanks for making the trip over. It's going to be a fun night.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. It's awesome to be here and joined with Dave Clark. I'm so excited tonight to see this matchup between Farrell and Harding. I got to speak with Coach Pegues, early on, and I had opportunities to play against this Farrell team. So really excited tonight, and what a beautiful night for football.
Our Cleveland Cobras pregame show continues here as we let you know this is the 5th all-time meeting between these two schools. We want to give our friend Ryan Briggs, our sister stations over in Sharon, and the SID at Grove City for help with the information. Dave, this is the first time these two schools have met on the football field in 72 years since 1951.
Oh, man. It's time to, I guess it's the time to start revving it back up. And the border wars, we call it in Ohio and PA, so they can get together and see what happens tonight. Should be a lot of fireworks.
If you want to kind of keep track on that this year, Mark, so far it is 1-0 Ohio over Pennsylvania, with Hubbard's win over Greenville last week.
Yeah, absolutely. I was pretty impressed with how Hubbard took Greenville right out quick and easy. I thought it might have been a little bit of a closer game, but man, we know Coach Hoffman over there at Hubbard and his Eagles are really good.
We're going to take our first break in the Cleveland Cobras pregame show. When we come back, we'll dive into the Malutic Live Coaches Corners. We'll hear Mark's interview with Farrell head coach Ant Pegues after this on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete for all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock for your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leagues. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier. Then make sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
And we welcome you back to Molotov Stadium in the Cleveland Cobras pregame show. It's now time for the Malutic Live Coaches Corner. Malutic Live is your home for high school sports. Follow them on social media at Malutic_Live. First up, Mark had a chance to sit down and talk with fifth-year Farrell head coach and athletic director Amp Pegues, who is 41-8 and has won one state championship in his first 5 years. Let's hear that interview right now.
With fifth-year head coach of the Farrell Steelers, Anthony Pegues. Coach, you and me go way back as teammates, as, I guess, foes, coaching against each other, and now me having the opportunity to interview you for this big matchup with Warren Harding. Again, your Steelers are the reigning back-to-back District 10 champions in AA. Had a great season last year, 10-2, 7-0 season. I know it didn't end the way you wanted it to. As always, big expectations here at Farrell. This year, another very special group. You're starting off the season 1-0, knocked off Northeast at their place by a score of 32-14. Cabron Smith, 11 of 22, 142 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Senior Brandon Chambers, 4 catches, 29 yards and a touchdown. Samir Wade, 4 catches, 64 yards and a touchdown. Juju Johnson, 14 carries, 80 yards. Can you just talk to me a little bit about, what you saw that the team did well last week versus Northeast, and maybe some of the things that you guys needed to improve on?
Well, things we did well last week, we won the game. I'm gonna leave it just at that. I didn't think we did a lot of things well. I think we played horribly, honestly. I just didn't think we matched their aggression, their intensity. I think we just kind of felt like we were going to walk in and win the game, and sometimes that gets us over, but we wasn't ready to play. That's my fault. But things we need to work on, everything. Offense, defense, special teams, and, we take care of that this week, and we'll see how it goes.
I was told that this meeting is the third meeting all time between Farrell and Harding, and that the series is tied at 1 apiece. I guess 1950 Farrell got the win, and 51 Harding got the win, so this is a great segue into the trilogy. What are some of the things that you needed to work on, particularly to prepare for tonight's matchup versus a very athletic Warren Harding team? I know you named a few things. Is there anything else special that you guys needed to do to get prepared for them?
For sure, just tackling. We know they're gonna come out and run the ball, and we feel like we can stop them from their rush to attack. I think we'll be fine. Offensively, we just got to be more in sync, spacing, lining up properly, and and doing the things that we do from that first game. Spacing was really bad, wasn't lining up properly, missed some routes, missed some things, dropped some balls. A lot of things we got to improve on, but if we could take care of all that, I think we'll be fine.
Okay, and yeah, now you had some time to, look at the film and digest some things that you saw against, Harding. What are some of the things that really stood out, on film and maybe gave you some concerns with them, maybe offensively, defensively, or a certain player?
There's team speed, overall team speed. Brian Powell, he's getting a lot of looks as a running back, but I think he might be a better linebacker as well. Very big, strong, athletic kid, and they're just overall team. They got a lot of kids. They can play a lot of people. Arnold's doing a good job over there this year getting those kids ready to play, and so just their athleticism, and they remind me of our team. They look just like us, and very good group.
Well, can you give me a few keys for Farrell tonight, so to speak, what they got to do to get that win?
I'll take care of the ball. Obviously that's the main thing. If you win the turnover battle, you usually win the game that way. And special teams. We can't give the home runs to special teams, kickoff return, punt return, that sort of thing, and just hunker down and play defense. I think offensively we'll be fine. I think defensively we could be fine, but if we don't give up the big play and the turnovers and just control the special teams, we'll be fine.
Awesome, Coach. Thank you so much for taking time. It's always great to catch up with you. Looking forward to calling this game tonight, and hopefully we'll cross paths down the road.
Sounds good.
Thanks so much, and good luck to you.
Was the head coach of the Farrell Steelers, Amp Pegues, in his 5th season. We'll take another timeout in the Cleveland Cobras pregame show. When we come back, we'll hear my interview with the 12th-year head coach of the Warren Western Reserve Panthers, Steve Arnold. That's up next here on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
Malutic Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Malutic_live. And remember, our fans come first.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leagues. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Right back here on the Cleveland Cobras pregame show, we go back inside the Malutic Live Coach's Corner and catch up with my interview with Warren Western Reserve Panthers head coach Steve Arnold. The Malutic Live pregame show continues here on Western Reserve Radio and Sports Radio 1240 with Warren Harding head coach Steve Arnold. Coach, let's go back and look at your win against Bookdale. I know you're always happy with a victory, but cannot be happy with the number of turnovers.
Yeah, anytime you can come away with a victory, you're happy. But I always say it's better to come away with an ugly victory than a pretty loss. So I thought we pretty much had control of the game, with the exception of the 5 turnovers. And customarily, if you have 5 turnovers, you don't win. So, we showed a resolve to fight through some adversity on a hot afternoon at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in enemy territory and come away with a win.
When you look inside the game, it seems like over the first few weeks of the season, I should say, your running game has seemed to start to gain some momentum.
Yeah, credit to our offensive line. Our offensive line has been doing a pretty good job. We have to continue to get better, and we're running the ball hard. I mean, we think that we have 4 good running backs, and we can rotate those guys and be fresh. Even though some of those guys play defense, but we can have a fresh body out there, running the football. But it all starts up front with our offensive line.
When you look at the turnovers from last week, what changes, if any, do you make, Coach, in the lineup or film study? What's the plan going into this week?
Well, I mentioned before, it's funny, you when I coach basketball and when you have an off night shooting free throws, people say, "Hey, man, do you practice shooting free throws?" Yeah. So now in football, do you practice on ball security, taking care of the football? Yes. So it's just a concentrated effort of taking care of the football. No matter if we're throwing it or running it, you got to secure the football. And I've told our kids, if you don't take care of the football, your touches are going to be reduced.
When you look at tonight's matchup against Farrell, before we even get to the football side of it, it's always a special night when the city of Warren celebrates the Panthers and brings out those special uniforms.
Yeah, we'll be wearing the Panther throwback uniforms, and there's a lot of former Panthers that are around, and they're excited about it. And but for me as a coach and our players, we have to just go out and play the game and not get caught up in the hoopla of the Panther throwback. You still got to go play football no matter what uniforms you have on.
And you get a powerhouse tonight when the Farrell Steelers come into town, a team I know you know very well. How do you prepare for such a talented football team?
Well, I mean, we know that Farrell's an excellent football team. They possess a lot of skill athletes. Coaching staff does a great job. We have to pay attention to detail. Have to be able to tackle in space because they're going to try to get the ball to their athletes in space and allow them to make plays. And then we have to make plays ourselves. We just got to go out and play with composure.
When you look at this matchup, Coach, what is a key for you? You feel like if you can accomplish this, you've got a good chance of defending your home field tonight.
Well, the first thing is eliminate turnovers. When you don't turn the ball over, you give yourself a higher percentage to win the contest. So taking care of the football. Our defense was stout last week. As we kept turning the ball over, our defense did a great job of keeping Bookdo out of the end zone. So continue to play great defense. And our special teams have been really solid, through 2 games for the most part. So we got to continue to improve on the special teams and just continue to grow as a football team and get better each practice and each game.
Finally, Coach, your 2 scrimmages in 2 games into the season. Do you have any injuries of concern for tonight's matchup?
Well, we lost Nehemiah Alexander for the season with a torn ACL. We lost him against Canton on the second play of the game. It was our best defensive lineman. And so right now, we'll see how we are going into the game. But I think for the most part, we're pretty healthy.
Coach, as always, your time is appreciated and best of luck tonight.
All right. Thank you.
Well,
and that was the head coach of the Warren Western Reserve Panthers, Steve Arnold. We'll take another break. We will come back and get ready to kick this one off from Malakoff as we wrap up the Cleveland Cobras pregame show here on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825 or go to youngstownphantoms.com.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532. We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
And our national anthem brings us back here to Mollenkoff Stadium as we are approaching the top of the hour. We remind you, you're listening to Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240, WBBW Youngstown. It is time for the Sandrock Concrete Game of the Week. As we welcome you back to Mollenkoff Stadium, Dave Clark, Mark Means, our special guest in the booth with us today. And we are getting set for Farrell and Warren Harding. And we remind you that this opening kickoff is brought to you by Repair That Glass. Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass, offering a full range of automotive glass repairs. For an appointment, call them at 330-534-3192. And Dave, we've been anticipating this game for probably months when we were able to put it on our schedule. And we're looking forward to what hopefully is a good one today.
Forward to a game that's going to be, all out war, basically, as we said, border war. And I'm looking for an exciting game tonight.
Now, Mark, Harding is playing in their third game, Farrell just their second game. Do you think that is a factor at all?
Like I said before, I don't really necessarily think it is. You hear Coach Arnold say that he got somebody hurt, in the first week, and then had a lot of turnovers and this and that, and Farrell just kind of doing what they do. I don't think so. I think that these two programs are just ready to go for a big-time matchup tonight.
Now, we mentioned it earlier, if you weren't with us in the Cleveland Cobras pregame show, we will it is a Warren Western Reserve Panthers night here at Mollenkoff. So the Panthers on the field tonight, red pants, white jerseys, red numbers trimmed in black. The Farrell Steelers with the black pants, black jerseys with the gold numbers. And it looks like Farrell had won the toss. Dave, we broke our streak, but Farrell did win the toss, and they're going to receive.
Yes, and I think that's it. Well, Warren might want to be on defense, try to set the tone, and do that with their defense out here first on the field.
So we are going to definitely be fighting the sunshine here in the visiting press box that is jam-packed. We've got our television friends here. Our friends from our sister station in Sharon, 790 WPIC, are also here. So we've got a jam-packed press box as we are ready to get this one underway with Jake Dougherty set to handle the kicking duties for the Panthers. Low bouncing kick that is going to roll out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. And this is going to give the Steelers good position on the field, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that Farrell wants to start out on with good field position at the 35 here. and let's see what they can do on their first series.
This is a team that came off a win in their matchup last week. As we get set to get things started, Cabron Smith, the senior quarterback, 5'10", 170 pounds. Jules Johnson is the sophomore tailback at 5'10", 170. And we'll see a combination of wide receivers, as I think the Steelers, Dave, have elected to maybe have the Panthers re-kick this one.
Yeah, it looked like that. And they do have that choice to do it, a do-over, they say, and probably think they can get better field position with a shorter kick, but sometimes that doesn't work out that way.
Not something we see all the time when you want to, decline that and make them kick it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're getting the ball on, 35-yard line, and that's beautiful field position to start out with, so it's really taking a chance in doing so.
Yeah, I think Farrell thinks that, hey, we can get a little bit better than 35, so let's see what they can do on this return.
So Doherty again has the ball teed up at the 35-yard line. And a single returner back deep. This kick high, drives back to the 10-yard line, slips there at the 10. Back on his feet to the 15-yard line and pulled down about the 16-yard line. And that went the way of the Panthers on that one on the exchange of field position, Dave.
Yep, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. You're taking a chance, and they probably lost almost 20 yards in field position just by redoing that kick instead of taking it on the 35-yard line.
Now, Mark, one of the interesting things for Farrell this year is they take a very talented athlete in Brandon Chambers. They move him from running back to wide receiver this year.
Yeah, he's a big-time target out there on the edge there. So big, tall kid that can run, jump, and catch. Let's see what Farrell can do now.
Smith will work out of an empty backfield, one receiver to the right. He'll have four receivers to the left side. Play clock down under 10 seconds. Takes the snap, sets up the screen. Receiver, that's Chambers, makes the catch. Made the first man miss. Got across right back close near the line of scrimmage. They can maybe spot him up for a couple of yards. It brings up second down and long.
Yeah, on that play there, you can see the Panthers' team speed, because actually he had some space out there, and they was able to get outside there and only give up, a yard there, maybe 2 yards on that play.
Second down and 8. Spot the ball at the Farrell 19-yard line. Just underway, opening quarter, brought to you by the Youngstown Phantoms. Smith going to have one running back in the backfield with him. He'll have three receivers out to the right, one to the left side. That's Jules Johnson, the running back, next to Cabron Smith. Back to throw again, feeling some pressure, avoids the initial defender, and then a swarm of Panthers there to pull him down inside the 10-yard line. And that's quarterback pressure we didn't see 2 weeks ago against Cam McKinley.
Sure did. And, right there, I'm going to give a lot of credit to Coach Arnold and his defensive staff, in which they disguised that blitz. Looked like they was in just a regular 34, you might as well say, defense, but they started to edge up towards the line and anticipated that snap, and it was a perfect call at the right time to get to the quarterback.
That's a loss of 9 all the way back to the 10-yard line. Puts the Steelers behind the sticks now on 3rd and 17. Trips right, single receiver to the left side. That's again Smith and Johnson in the backfield. Back to throw. Has time, goes down the middle, and the pass is intercepted and then dropped. So what are they going to call here? It looked like he intercepted the pass, made a football move, and then lost the football.
Now, how did they make this call? Because if it's an interception, it's possession of the Panthers, and he fumbles and they recovered. Is that a new set of downs?
No, they're going to be short of the sticks here anyway, no matter what. So it'd be, I would assume, just if they give it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because it's change of possession.
Yeah, you're right.
What I mean?
I don't know if he had it long enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. And I think that's what they're saying.
Oh, they gave it back. Yeah, you're right. Gave it back to Farrell.
So this will be Farrell's ball after the interception and then fumble of the interception. So they have the ball back, first down and 10.
Yeah, Dave, good call on that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. What a break for the Steelers on that play.
So they come to the line of scrimmage, first down and 10 from about the 22-yard line. Single receivers, 2 to the right, wing, and a receiver to the left side. They put the slot man in motion. They're going to hand the ball off to Johnson, who tried to bounce it to the outside, 25-30, and on his feet to about the 32-yard line. That's good enough for a first down run for the sophomore Jules Johnson, who has to be a special player if Brandon Chambers moves the wide receiver, Mark.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. As you can see right there on that play, he's very elusive. He gives a little dip inside and is able to get to the outside and make a first down out of that play. I really like what we're seeing here from the Panthers defense. I mean, they're walking guys up out of that 3-4. You don't know who's coming, who's going.
Right.
They need to keep mixing it up, but they're doing a great job here.
Yes, they are.
Right back to the line of scrimmage. Same look, 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. They're going to run it on first down with Johnson, who hesitates and slides down to about the 39-yard line. And big pickups on first down the last couple of plays for the Steelers.
Yeah, I think Farrell's starting to find something here on the left side of their line, and they're going to go back to it more and more. So the Panthers got to figure that out, make a little adjustment there, and try to stop that right away.
Out of town, Cleveland Cobras scoreboard. Niles takes an early 7-0 lead over LeBray in Leavittsburg. As that game is just underway, Red Dragons scoring on their opening possession. Here it's 2nd and 4 from the 39-yard line. 2 to the right, 1 to the left, wing to the left side. We're going to run it again with Johnson, and this time he's going to be wrapped up in the backfield after call it a short gain, if any. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and short for the Steelers.
Yeah, they're doing that. They're doing a lot of things with the assimilating blitzes and everything, but they're going to have to be careful, because if you ever play action one, you might find something perfectly down the middle, wide open, because there's nobody deep.
And we saw the Steelers aren't afraid to throw the football. They threw it over 20 times last week in their win.
Yeah, they like to do that. And as you've seen, they're starting to use the long count too here.
3rd down and 4, 2 receivers to the right, wing and a receiver to the left side. Smith and Johnson in the backfield. Straight quarterback run, looking for the first down marker, and he's going to be stood up at the 40-yard line. He's going to be about 3 yards shy of the first down and bring up a decision now for Coach Pegues on this drive.
Yeah, Javonte Jones, man, coming up from that linebacker spot. That's 2 plays in a row.
Yeah.
He's looking good, man.
Yeah.
He's fired up.
Yeah. Oh, he's filling the hole just like he's supposed to fill it, and be able to stop him short. I guess they're not going to take any chances. 2 yards away. They're going to go ahead and rely on their defense now.
So Cabron Smith will punt the football away for the Steelers. Back deep, it's Eris Coleman Bay, the junior wide receiver, who's made some big plays on special teams so far this year for the Panthers. High snap, they get it down, get a high, wobbly, short kick away. It's going to go out of bounds right at about the 38-yard line. So decent field position for the Panthers on their opening possession with 7:57 to play in this quarter. As the Panthers will have the football for the first time. And that's interesting possession, because turnover, recovery, and then stop on 3rd down. We had a lot that opening drive,
Yes,
Dave.
we did. In that little sequence of plays, we definitely had a lot of things going on in that time. And but both teams really coming out here. When you see things they're doing, they're playing pretty well so far.
Drew McCowan, first-year starter as the junior, has twins to each side as he works with an empty backfield. Sends Coleman in motion. He's going to be tripped up and dropped at the line of scrimmage. That's Eris Coleman Bay, dropped behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of a couple.
Wow, what a play by Jules Johnson coming up and making that play in the backfield, setting the Raiders back here on a 2nd and long.
2nd and 13, just underway in this opening quarter. Twins again to each side. McCowan wants to throw. Now he'll turn downfield, try to turn his hips, but didn't have time. He's going to go down near the 35-yard line, and there's a lot of team speed on the defensive side of the football for the Steelers.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking about before this game started, listen to the coaches talk about their teams mirror. Coach Pegues, they mirror each other, and that's what you see out there. Team speed on both sides of the field.
Loss of 2, 3rd and 15, trips to the right side. McCowan to throw. Steps up into the pocket. He's going to be hit. He's going to be dropped.
Oh, that ball came loose.
We got a beanbag on the field as the ball came loose at the 37-yard line. And they'll say it will remain 4th down as the Panthers are able to recover the loose football.
Andrada from the linebacker's position just come up and put the boom on the quarterback there.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I love that type of play from a defensive player. Come up and run through your guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
What am I going to do tonight? I'm surrounded by 2 defensive-minded guys in the booth. So
yeah, you're in trouble. This mark means is in trouble.
That's why I'm backing up. Doherty to punt. Rushes on, gets the nice kick away. He'll run up on it, bobble the loose football.
There's a pile up at the 28-yard line, waiting for an indication of who has the football as there's a mass of players.
Wow.
Harding has the football. They have recovered the ball at the 28-yard line of the Steelers. So it'll be first down and 10 for the Panthers.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. Let's see if the Farrell Steelers defense, they're going to have to rise to the challenge here.
And it makes you wonder, he came up on that ball and then kind of hesitated at the last minute. Don't know if he lost it in the sun, lost his footing.
Yeah.
But either way, that is Panther football.
Yeah, that's one thing about returning kicks, especially punt returns. You can't be indecisive. That's something you got to make if you're going to catch it, catch it. If you don't think you can, get out the way.
So they will run it with Antonio Smith for the first time. And Antonio Smith able to drive back to the line of scrimmage. We'll say no gain on the play. It's second down and 10 from the Steeler 30-yard line. Panthers want to go right back to the line. Trips right, single receiver to the left side. Left side, that's Najee Jones, the senior wide receiver. Single coverage pressed up to the left side. Play clock rolling down at 15 seconds. They're going to run it once again with Antonio Smith. Smith's going to get close to 5 yards. It's going to bring up a third down and 5 for this for this Panther team, Dave, that they will run a lot of running backs in and out to keep them fresh.
Yeah, and that's one thing to do. They rotate quite a few backs, as we've seen earlier this year.
Going to give it to Smith, try to get to the outside. He's to the 20, has the first down to the 15-yard line. Haven't seen a lot of counter action from the Panthers this year, but that was a nice play call.
Yeah, that was a nice play and a lot of room to run over there. One of the things I did like is he had an idea, north and south, get as many yards as you possibly could. That's what he did there.
First and 10 from the Steeler 14-yard line. They'll run it again. This time, not a lot of room up the middle. That Farrell defense stout inside the tackles.
Yeah, that time Braylon Harrison on the tackle. They're walking them linebackers up on the outside, and they're coming heel depth, fine ball, and that's what they did on that play.
Cleveland Cobras scoreboard. Mineral Ridge with an early 7-0 lead on St. Thomas Aquinas. Niles now doubling up LeBray 14-0 in the first quarter. They're going to run it this time. Looks like that's Powell in the backfield. Flag flies as he is dropped at the 15-yard line. Check that. That's not Powell. That's Antonio Smith again, number 10 on the carry. We'll sort out the penalty flag. You go back to last week, and we had some issues getting communications from the field on the play call, so we're hoping a little smoother tonight, Dave.
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
So that holding penalty on the Panthers going to back them up, put them behind the chains. And this is an opportunity, Mark. If you're the Panthers, you got to take advantage of this field position early.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They want to come away with points, and I think when we say points, they're not talking about 3, they're talking about 6.
Trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. That's Najee Jones. They'll wind the clock. McCowan takes the snap. Junior drops back, sets up the screen, dumps it to Powell, who's into the game, to the 15, 10, 5, touchdown Panthers. Misdirection screen. And that was to Ryan Powell for the touchdown, 24 yards.
And that's that guy that we seen a week or so ago, Mark. And Ryan Powell, when they got him in the game, he gets the ball. Powerful runner, very strong, and he broke that initial tackle, and then he was into the end zone.
So the 24-yard screen pass good for the Panther touchdown. And now Jake Doherty on to attempt the extra point. We're going to bring in a player late on the wing to the left side of the kick protection scheme. Snap down, Doherty's extra point. It's a knuckleball, but it is up and good. 4:21 to play opening quarter. It is the Panthers 7, the Farrell Steelers 0. We are back after this 90-second timeout on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. for your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532. Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825, or go to youngstownphantoms.com.
Clark Cup champion!
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Back here at Molotov Stadium, a 7-0 lead for the Warren Western Reserve Panthers as Jake Doherty gets his foot into this kick. It's going to drive the returner back to the 3. Try to come back between the hashes 10. Breaks a tackle 15 and down to the 17-yard line on that kickoff that's brought to you by Repair That Glass in Hubbard, offering a full range of automotive glass repairs. Call them at 330-534-3192. And a little early momentum for the Panthers, Dave.
Yeah, it sure is. And, in that little sequence of plays and time that we had, there was a lot of action in that time. And, the Panthers coming out and they're doing a lot of things on offense and defense is really surprising. You can see the difference from when we seen in the first week.
1st and 10 for the Steelers from their 18-yard line. 4 receivers go to the right, 1 to the left side. Quarterback Cabron Smith alone in the backfield. Sets up the screen. Receiver makes the catch across the 20, 25, still on his feet, 30, 35, and down about to the 48-yard line. And that shows you the team speed of the Steelers, hitting those quick dumps to the receivers and then letting them run after the catch.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. Julius Phillips out there on the edge with a nice block, and that's what they want to do. They want to get the ball to their athletes in space and get north and south. That's what they did on that play.
1st and 10 out to the 38-yard line of the Steelers. Just under 4 minutes to play in the opening quarter. 2-by-2, twins to each side, with Smith and Johnson in the backfield. We're going to give it to the sophomore, Jules Johnson, and he's going to be spun down right near the line of scrimmage, and that middle of the defense for the Panthers standing tall.
Yeah, they're doing an excellent job there. Again, walking those linebackers up in there and then calling a run blitz early on is something that's different, but that's what they did, and they get right to the point of attack.
So loss of 1 brings up 2nd and 11 from the 37-yard line. Twins to each side, Smith and Johnson in the backfield. They'll take the snap, 5-step drop, feeling some pressure. They're going to bring a corner, and they get the pressure home. That is a sack for the Panther defense, and this is an aggressive Panther defense we did not see against Canton McKinley in week 1.
Yeah, this is different. I mean, it's different. We got corners coming in now, dropping the defensive end back in coverage. Oh, they're doing all kind of exotic things out here today. And for a defensive guy, I'm loving it.
Yeah, me too. No doubt about that. They're mixing up so much. Farrell, they're just keeping them on their toes. They don't know who's going to drop, who's coming. If they can continue to do this and if Farrell can't figure it out, it could be a long night for the Steelers.
You're right.
Twins to each side. Same look in the backfield. Cabron Smith, Jules Johnson, the sophomore running back. Smith going up to the line, might be changing the plays. The play clock rolls down, and that'll force the Steelers to take a timeout. Timeout on the field, 2:25 to play in the opening quarter. It is the Panthers 7, the Farrell Steelers 0. We're back in 1 minute on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Meludic Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Meludic_live. And remember, our fans come first.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Well, the play clock was rolling down, so Coach Pegues did the smart thing and burned a timeout. He's left with 2 for the remainder of this first half. And you wonder what you do if you're the Panthers here, Dave. You've been very aggressive defensively, but now you put the Steelers behind the chains. So I wonder how, if they continue to be aggressive or maybe lay back a little bit.
Yeah, and you can do both. You actually can do both. You can blitz somebody that actually is a spy, per se, on a player and still be in a zone coverage of some sort.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left side. Smith and Johnson in the backfield on 3rd down and 20. Back to throw. Smith steps up in the pocket, goes underneath, too far out in front of his intended target, Julius Phillips Jr., and the pass falls incomplete, and the Steelers will be forced to punt on 4th down and 20.
Yeah, the Panthers secondary is just covering everybody up. There's nowhere to throw the football, and they're also getting pressure.
And the 1 in Levittsburg. Niles with a 14-0 lead against the Vikings, who come off a big win last week, shutting out Valley Christian, Dave.
Yeah, and that's why I'm looking at you and saying, wow, Niles is coming out and letting us know about something.
So they will punt the ball away. The punt is blocked by the Panthers special teams. They will pick it up and get down to the 10-yard line. That loose ball recovered. Let's get you a number for the Steelers. That's Brian Powell, number 3, who came up with the football. And once again, the Panthers are knocking at the door of the Farrell Steelers.
Yeah, absolutely. Got in there. Nice way they came in through the seams and get inside to get that punt block there. And Powell was trying to pick it up. He's trying to scoop and score. Couldn't hold on to the ball.
Now, Mark, when we got the starting lineups from Coach Pegues, they listed 2 different punters. So I wonder, they weren't quite comfortable with either one at this point.
Yeah, well, you heard in the pregame interview there with Pegues, he said special teams was a problem with them last week. They had a punt blocked and some other things didn't go right for them. So trying to figure it out.
1st and 10 for the Panthers from the Steeler 12-yard line. Low snap. They will run the ball with Antonio Smith. And it looks like there's not going to be a lot of running room for the Panthers all night tonight up the middle, Dave.
Yeah, those defenses are really stout inside, and the linebacker play is excellent in the inside there.
Gain of 1, 2nd and 9 from the 11-yard line. Under 2 to play, opening quarter, 7-0 Panthers leading the visiting Farrell Steelers. 2 receivers to the right, wing to the left side. Slot man goes in motion. They're going to fake the jet sweep and hand it to the running back, and he is going to be drilled in the backfield as they did not buy the motion coming across at all, and they stayed home with Antonio Smith.
Yeah, that's one thing, man. We talked about Jules Johnson on the offensive side. Well, let's talk about him on the defensive side. This kid's already had about 3 tackles already, I think 1 or 2 for loss. So he's playing outstanding for the Farrell Steelers on defense.
Loss of 2 brings up 3rd and 11, back to the 13-yard line. Final minutes of this opening quarter rolling down, brought to you by the Youngstown Phantoms. Trips to the right. They fake the screen, and this time he's going to go down. The ball comes loose, and one of the Panthers able to fall on it back at the 20-yard line. As that pressure came right up the middle, and Drew McCowan coughed up the football, but one of the big guys up front able to maintain possession and bring up 4th down.
Marcel Cheeks, man, 6'2", 280-pound defensive tackle, just swallowing up the quarterback and knocking that ball right out.
So Jake Doherty will attempt the field goal. Spot the ball on the 27, make this a 37-yard attempt as we have whistles before the kick. So we have a timeout on the field. Called by the Steelers, and it looked like that drifted off to the right and would have been no good. And Coach Peguesmark uses that second timeout, and 37 yards, that's a big-time kick at the high school level.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So he's starting off a little bit, with not taking the kickoff where it was at. Maybe probably wanted that back. And then, like he said about special teams, it hurt him there on that punt. And then icing the kicker, I think he did miss it, but gives him this kicker an extra try.
Absolutely.
He can line it back up and maybe knock it through. So, is what it is. But let's see.
See what happens here.
Yeah.
So it's a 27-yard attempt. The quarterback, Drew McCowan, is the holder for senior Jake Doherty. Hash to the left. They get the kick away. It's a low line drive kick. It hit the upright, and it banked in for 3 points.
Yep, doink.
Yep.
So it just hit the right upright, Dave, and bounced in and was good.
Yeah, I'm saying Mark just mentioned it, that sometimes things just work out a certain way. You'll try to ice the kicker, but on the one he missed during that time, and now he could readjust a little bit, and he was able to make the one. Even though it was a doink, it was just enough of an adjustment to get inside the uprights.
No doubt about it. I think they're overthinking some things too much. Just let things go as it's going.
Yep.
26 seconds to go in this opening quarter, brought to you by the Youngstown Phantoms. The Youngstown Phantoms are the defending 2023 Clark Cup champions this season, and great seats are available by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-PUCK. Western Reserve Radio and the iMedia One Network, proud broadcasters of the Youngstown Phantoms. So it's time for another kickoff, brought to you by Repair That Glass. Call them at 330-534-3192 for a full range of automotive glass repairs. And a lot of momentum the way of the Panthers here in this first fast-moving opening quarter.
Yeah, everything is going their way. They're making the right calls at the right time, and they try to stay with this wave if they possibly can.
So Doherty has the ball teed up at the 40-yard line as we get ready to get back to action. This one, a low line drive kick fielded at the 11, across the 15, try to get outside, and it's going to slip across the 20 and down near the 22-yard line. And not often two teams like this when it's got to be an adjustment period, because athlete to athlete, you're pretty even on both sides of the field.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. What it comes down to is turnovers, like you heard both coaches talking about, and field position. And right now, the Panthers have been living in Farrell's field position the whole half.
Yeah.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Steelers at their 22-yard line. Cabron Smith, the senior quarterback, 5'10", 170 pounds, leads the offense. And we are looking forward to about a half hour from now when the sun goes behind the home stands.
I'm getting the suntan on my head.
1st and 10 from the 22. Trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. Man goes in motion in the backfield, now reverses direction. Smith back to throw. Sets up the screen to his receiver, and the Panthers are right there to read that play. For a loss of a couple, Johnson made the catch, but looked up and saw 3 Panther jerseys right there to make the stop.
One thing, with that team speed, you can't float a screen pass. I mean, it's got to be something quick and get him out so he can get upfield. You can't do it like that.
We have come to the end of the opening quarter from Mollenkoff Stadium, brought to you by the Youngstown Phantoms. After 1, it is the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 10, the visiting Farrell Steelers from Pennsylvania 0. We'll take a break, come back in 60 seconds on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825, or go to youngstownphantoms.com.
Clark Cup champion!
Malutic Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Malutic_live. And remember, our fans come first.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football. We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
2nd and 14 for the Panthers. Back to throw, slant over the middle for the Steelers. That is completed all the way down to the 40-yard line, right on the numbers of the receiver, Shamir Wade, who made the catch. And we saw 2 weeks ago, Canton McKinley threw a lot of slants, especially deep ones, against this Panther defense.
Yep, and that's exactly where it was open at, and that one was perfectly open. You had the same thing, edging up, thinking about gambling and blitzing, but it leaves that middle wide open. It was a perfect call.
1st and 10 to the 39-yard line for the Steelers, as they will go left to right here in quarter number 2. 2 receivers to each side, Smith and Johnson in the backfield, and now we've got a flag. Procedure penalty on the Steelers, going to back them up. And Mark, those are always the killer. You hit a big play, and then you're going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's tough. You know, you take one step forward on that big play, and it's like you're taking 2 steps back.
So it'll be 1st and 15 with the ball back to the 34-yard line. Steelers come to the line of scrimmage. Again, 2 receivers to each side. Smith and Johnson in the backfield. 1st and 15 from the 34-yard line. They swing it out to the flat. Receiver makes the catch across the 30, 35, 40. Lowers his shoulder, drives a couple of Panthers out of bounds for a couple of extra yards. That is big Brandon Chambers, 6'2", 190 on the reception, and his yards after catch are impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to do when you're Farrell. You want to get that ball to your playmakers on the edge and let them make a guy miss and get what they can get north and south. And this time he laid the boom.
Yes, he did.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right side. Again, Smith and Johnson in the backfield, checking with the sidelines on 2nd down and 6. Play clock now down under 10 seconds. We get a real zone read as Smith kept the football, got to the 45, and then Dave, he paid the price for keeping the ball.
Yeah, he sure did. Linebacker came up and actually put it right where he should, right in the midsection, and drove him back.
So this will bring up a big 3rd and 4 for the Farrell Steelers on their 45-yard line as they break the huddle and come to the line of scrimmage. 2 to each side of the formation. Again, Cabron Smith and Jules Johnson in the backfield on 3rd down and 4. Smith keeps the football, swings the pass downfield. Receiver made the catch.
Ooh, it's close.
And that's right near the 1st down marker. Initial indication.
It's a little short.
Has it about a yard shy on this side of the field and matching up on the opposite side. It's going to be 4th and 1.
Yeah. And a short one, too. I don't even know if it's a full yard. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that spot was a little generous for the Panthers, in my opinion. But, hey, you kind of think what could have happened if they wouldn't have jumped off sides and ball started. We'd have had a 1st down, or Farrell would have had a first down on that play.
So 4th and 1 from the 48-yard line. Johnson the tailback. Smith is the quarterback. He'll walk up to the line under center. Takes the snap, just going to follow his line. Bounced off the pile, spun across the 50, down to the 49-yard line. It picked up the first down. That is a heads-up play marked by a senior quarterback. Nothing over the middle, spun off the pile and got the first down.
Yeah, pure just fight. You know, we got to have it. We need it. We need to keep the drive going.
Yep.
And it was just really all heart, man, making that play.
To the Panther side of the field, 1st and 10 from the 49-yard line. 8 minutes and 47 seconds to go here in the half, and that pass way out in front as the pressure came up the middle, and Smith had to unload the football early. Right now, Dave, the Panthers really being selective when they sit back and when they're very aggressive.
Yeah, you're seeing it a little bit different now. Before, it was doing a lot of exotic things really quickly. This time, they're being a little bit more observant of what they're doing because they see that Farrell's getting a little bit of success of moving the ball down the field.
Cleveland Cobras out-of-town scoreboard. Niles now a 21-0 lead over LeBray in Leavittsburg. 2nd down and 10 from the 49-yard line. Trips right, single receiver left side. Smith and Johnson in the backfield. Smith back to throw. Going to take the deep shot downfield. Receiver wide open at the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, 49-yard pitch and catch from Smith to Julius Phillips Jr. for the Farrell Steelers touchdown.
Got a penalty flag here, but it just came in late, so I think the touchdown will stand. Maybe celebration or something here. Yeah, nice play. Trips to the one side. They could have threw that little bubble over here to the right. They had him open, and then they were able to get open right down the seam.
Yeah.
Nice play, nice response by the Farrell Steelers.
Yep. And that's just good coaching on that side to be able to start making adjustments, calm down like you were talking about earlier, and just be patient. And you can see those adjustments coming to fruition now.
Yep.
So the penalty was a sideline warning on the Steelers sideline. So the touchdown will stand with 8 minutes and 35 seconds to go here in the first half. Once again, you are listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week. For an estimate, call owner Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013. Steelers going to leave the offense on the field and go for 2. Going to put a man in motion to the left side. They're going to look to the backside on the opposite side of the play, and the 2-point pass is caught and good. 8:35 to play here in this first half. It is now the Panthers 10 and the Farrell Steelers 8. We'll step aside for a 90-second timeout and come back on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
Malutic Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Malutic_live. And remember, our fans come first.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
We bring you back to Molotov Stadium with a couple of scores. Springfield and Geneva tied at 7. That is in the first quarter. Mineral Ridge, a 21-0 lead over Aquinas, also late in the first quarter. Here at Molotov, it is the Farrell Steelers 8 and the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 10, as the Steelers just got on the board and then converted the 2. This kickoff brought to you by Repair That Glass, reminding you accidents happen. Call 330-534-3192 as the kick is brought up to the 35-yard line. And then the returner is pulled down by Phillips. That was number 20 on the return for Warren Harding. That was Raylan Weaver, one of the up men. So this will be another big possession here for the Panthers. And they need to, if nothing else, Dave, possess the football. They always want to look to get points, but they're looking to possess the football and kind of slow down the Steeler offense.
Yeah, that's what they have to do. They got to get back on track. As we said, Coach McGee's made some adjustments, and you can see that. And now that momentum, you can feel it starting to change just a little.
Trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. New quarterback in there as he pitches the ball back to Antonio Smith. And we'll get you that number in at quarterback now for the Panthers. That is Chaz Coleman, the junior, wearing number 13 in at the quarterback spot. Coleman and McCowan battled for the job, and McCowan had it for the most part till now this drive as they bring in the other quarterback. He'll hand it off on second down. And no running room there whatsoever. Brought back at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd down and 1.
Yeah. Good defensive play there.
Going with the hard count there.
Coleman now into the quarterback spot. Trips to the right. Single receiver back to the left side. Steelers showing some pressure. Coleman's going to keep the football, avoided the first tackler, and he's going to be dropped for about a half-yard loss, as now it's the Steeler defense, Dave, that has become aggressive here after the last score.
Yeah, they sure have. And as I was talking about earlier, when the Panthers was doing it with the run blitz, there they do it. Usually you might not see that on that short of yardage, but, hey, they came with it there. It was perfect and shut that down immediately.
From a Steelers perspective, nothing more than you want than a quick 3 and out after getting your first score of the game.
Yep, this is exactly what they want. Now they just got to take care of the football on this punt.
So 2 returners now back deep for the Steelers. Doherty tried a rugby kick, and he is not going to have any room whatsoever. Dropped at the 32-yard line as a couple of Steelers right there to make the play. Led defensively coming up, that was 55, Harry Parker, who read that play perfectly. And that rugby-style kick doesn't always come out to be successful.
No, and it's just, this game is so weird because it's like similar.
Yeah.
Overthinking things. Now we got it on the opposite side. Why not just punt that now? Regularly, what were we doing that for?
Yeah.
And the rugby-style kick may work against some teams, but with speed like the Steelers have, that's not going to work all the time.
Yeah, you don't want to roll out to where they're covering.
Smith to throw it. They set up the receiver screen across the 30, 25, 20, 15, breaks a tackle to the 5, and pushed out of bounds at the 3-yard line. Samir Wade, the senior, took the little screen, broke several tackles down the sideline, and the Steelers are knocking on the door, Dave.
Sure is. And I'm just looking at the crowd. We're right over here with the Steelers crowd. And I say, this kind of subdued before. But I'm telling you, they're up now. They are alive now, and they got every reason to be because that team is out there alive right now. No
Smith to Wade, 30-yard completion, puts them on the Panther 2-yard line. 6 minutes, 31 seconds to play here in the first half. They'll bring in an extra back in the backfield now for the Steelers. That is Mario Norris, a fullback. And we'll have a penalty flag. Looked like the Steelers
too much time,
took
I believe.
too much time. So the delay of game penalty will back them up 5, Mark, and it's first and goal from the 7-yard line.
Yeah, and that changes your play calling a little bit. It looks like they were bringing an extra guy to maybe run some quarterback power. That's what they like to do when they bring those 2 backs in. Let's see what they're going to do now that it's backed up a little bit further.
Looks like Norris is going to stay in the backfield. So it's Norris and Johnson in the backfield. Cabron Smith is the quarterback. They're going to give it to Johnson, and Johnson looks for the goal line, and he is in from 7 yards out for the Farrell Steelers touchdown.
Great blocking up front. I mean, that was a nice hole. He was barely really touched going up in there. So you got to give kudos to that offensive line, open up that hole.
So a 7-yard touchdown run for the sophomore Jules Johnson.
Yep.
They will now leave the offense out there and look to go for 2.
Yep.
So they'll keep a very similar formation. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Single back in the backfield. Now with the fullback next to the quarterback, Smith. And might have been some movement up front by the Steelers.
Number 1 there.
So false start penalty on the Steelers on the senior Brandon Chambers. Going to back them up now 5 yards on the conversion attempt.
And that's something they've had mishaps every time after a big play. And then after the touchdown, which was a big play, they have a mishap right after. That's something I'm sure Coach Pegues wants to get cleaned up for sure.
So the 2-point conversion now back to the 7-yard line, where the Steelers scored their second touchdown moments ago. 2 to the right, 1 to the left side, wing to the left side. Smith takes the football, stands in the pocket, fires back of the end zone, and that is a touchdown 2-point conversion attempt into the back of the end zone. And it is now just like that, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
It is a 16-10 lead for the Steelers.
Yeah, and this is a tales of 2 games, basically, in this first half. We done see the domination with Harding, everything going their way perfectly. Things started to change with that little momentum, and now everything is going Farrell's way. And this is a tale of 2 games in this first half.
And we've seen the Steelers be aggressive on consecutive 2-point attempts, and they've really snatched the momentum away from the Panthers here in the first half.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think they settled down. They started to just look at what the defense was giving them and started taking advantage of that. And that's what they did, is slowly, methodically climbed right back into it. Now they got all the momentum.
So the Steelers now with a 16-10 lead, 6.5 minutes to play in the first half. The Panthers will have all 3 of their timeouts. And this next possession, Dave, becomes ultra critical from a Panther perspective.
Oh, yeah, it's very important for them to get not only this, you want points, no doubt about it, but you want to see some positivity in this next series of plays. If you can drive down this field, whatever you need to do, you got to see something positive come out of it because they have been stymied for the last probably 8 minutes.
So we will see which quarterback comes out onto the field for the Panthers, whether it's Drew McCowan or Chaz Coleman, who was in that brief 3-and-out on their previous possession. So they will drop 2 returners back deep near the 20-yard line. As this kickoff is brought to you by Repair That Glass, reminding you accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Give them a call for an appointment at 330-534-3192. Steelers huddled around the football, ready to get back to action. Thank you for joining us this evening here on the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week. I'm Mark Means, Dave Clark, and the other Mark Means in the booth with us today, the former West Middlesex head coach, joining us for the Western Pennsylvania perspective. And just shows you just how quick the Steelers offense can score.
Yeah, they're very explosive. They have a lot of playmakers, and, you give them a little bit, they'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Steelers ready to kick the football away. Panthers 2 returners back deep. He'll run up on and just kind of drive it into the ground, and one of the up men there for the Panthers able to fall on that loose football. And that is Deshaun Wynn, the junior tight end, He did a smart thing. You could see well coached there, not trying to make a play, but just grab the football, fall on it, and get good field position for your squad.
Yeah, secure the football. I mean, this is excellent field position, and I don't know if that was by design to do that, but they're giving them the opportunity to have great field position and come out with something positive right now.
So here come the Panthers, led by head coach Steve Arnold. It'll be Chaz Coleman again at the quarterback spot. Two receivers stacked tight to the line of scrimmage. Man goes in motion. They'll give it to him on the sweep to the outside. And he is going to be hit behind the 45-yard line and dropped for a loss in the backfield. As on that wide receiver reverse, that was Donovan McCoy, the junior receiver. And he's dropped in the backfield for a 3-yard loss. And the Steelers show you their speed there.
Yeah, they are just salivating on the defensive side. They are pinning the ears back and flying to the football.
Yeah, excellent read too. I was that Phillips on that side. He got that number 1.
Yep.
I mean, you watch the whole. If you could just see it, he was already diagnosed to play. He watched it, kept his ground, and just waited for him to come right to him. And he went and made the tackle.
2nd and 13, back at the 44 for the Panthers. Twins to each side. Coleman, 5-step drop with time, sets up the screen. Receiver made the catch as the flag flies. Coming up, making the catch looked like Eris Coleman Bay. And now we've got one of the Steelers a little slow to get up, and that is Jules Johnson, the sophomore.
That was a nice catch. He got kind of popped when he got it, and it bobbled it for a second, and then was able to reel it back in.
Yeah, and he's a guy that I'm telling you, we done seen. You don't want him with the ball in open field. He can make something happen in a hurry.
Yeah. So they are checking. So the holding penalty wipes out the nice catch and sets up a 2nd and 23. And well, fellas, the sun just went behind the stadium.
Yes.
You could tell the temperature changed right away.
Well, cheering is in my body right now because that felt so good. You could just feel it. I mean, the temperature went down about 10 degrees.
Coleman to throw, steps up in the pocket, lost the football, picked it back up, and he's dropped almost to the 25-yard line. As this offense, Dave, has not looked the same, one, since Farrell made some adjustments, but two, since Chaz Coleman came on the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's just different. I don't know why the change of quarterbacks. I don't know if he was injured or anything of that, but things have just changed completely. Like I said, it's a tale of two games.
3rd and 29 at the 28-yard line. Stack 3 tight to the right side. They're going to pitch it and run it on 3rd down and long with Powell. And Powell able to string it out across the 35 up to about the 37-yard line. This is going to bring up 4th down and long. And Jake Doherty will come on to punt the football away.
Well, I tell you one thing, Mark, you better just punt it.
Yeah.
Don't try any other things.
Because we've seen both from him throughout the year. We've seen the rugby style, which has become popular, especially at the college level. And we just saw the straight kick, which I expect we will see here.
Yeah.
High snap, gets this one away, gets a nice kick away under pressure. That is going to check up for the Steelers, and they will have the ball at the 35-yard line with 4 minutes and change. And they will have 2 timeouts remaining after putting the last 2 scores on the board, Mark.
Yeah, the Farrell Steelers right now are right where they want to be. You're on the road, you got the lead, and you got the ball. So it can't be much better than that. If they can cap off a nice drive, go into the locker room up, 2 scores, that would be best for them. Let's see what the Panthers can do here on defense.
How about this, Dave? Less than a minute to play in the first half. All Red Dragons, 28-0 over LeBray in Leavittsburg.
Oh, yeah. They sound like they're for real, Mark.
So 1st and 10 for the Farrell Steelers, and the quarterback, Cabron Smith, trips to the right, single receiver left. They'll run it with Jules Johnson. And Johnson got to get spun out of bounds just shy of the 40-yard line. So it'll bring up a 2nd down now for the Steelers, who they're not really aggressively attacking downfield, but they're balanced between run and pass.
Yeah, they are. It seems like they've went back more to the read and cover kind of concept. I'm not necessarily know if I like that or not. I thought what they were doing was working very effective. It was keeping Farrell off balance, and now Farrell's calmed down. They're like more relaxed and being able to find some holes in this defense.
2nd and 6 from the 39-yard line. Now we have a whistle that stops play. And it will be a Panther timeout. So Coach Arnold and the Panthers take a timeout. We'll step aside as well. 4:04 to play in the half. It is the Farrell Steelers 16, the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 10. We're back in 1 minute on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football. Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825 or go to youngstownphantoms.com.
Clark Cup champion!
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
They will run it with Jules Johnson on 2nd down and 6, and Johnson carrying the pile down to about the 44-yard line. He's going to be a little more than a yard shy of the first down. It's a 3rd down and a short 2 coming up for the Steelers, and you don't often see 170-pound sophomore running backs carrying tacklers.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Boy, he kept his knees high and his forward body lean forward, man. He was driving hard.
Yes.
So it is 3rd down, and a long one for the Steelers. Trip to the right, single receiver to the left side. Smith goes under center, going to follow that big offensive line, and he's able to surge across the 45 and easily has the first down. And that's something we don't really even see at the college level anymore. The quarterback going under center, using the big guys up front for an easy first down.
Yeah, you don't see it often, but they sure did use that offensive line there and bowl straight forward in that.
That's the 2nd time we've seen the Steelers put the quarterback, Cabron Smith, under center and easily pick up a first down.
Yeah, I'm just watching Farrell's body language. There's just such a difference between the two right now.
Trips to the right, single receiver left. Smith and Johnson in the backfield. Low snap, they give it to Jules Johnson on the delay. That time the gap was filled nicely right at the line of scrimmage by the middle of the defense, and that is Anthony Simpson, 56, the sophomore, coming up to fill the hole.
Oh, yeah, and he filled it nice, too. I mean, it looked like he had something going there, and he just snatched him like out of thin air. So where you going?
2nd down and 10. Again, trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. From the 47-yard line of the Steelers. A little more than 2 minutes remaining here in the first half. Smith going to look to the outside, and the pass is caught into Panther territory at the 49-yard line, and they may not be able to turn that upfield for some extra yardage because without the low throw.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they're, when they go on trips here, they're getting 4 guys to their side, and Farrell's noticing that on the back side, and they're adjusting to the back to the weak side. Let's see if they try to hit something up top to that weak side away from the strips.
Yeah.
So they're going to reset the play clock, gentlemen. It will be now a 3rd and 6 from the 49-yard line. Again, trips to the right, single receiver to the left side. Smith and Johnson in the backfield. Smith rolls to the wide side, sets his feet, wants to go deep, but there's a blitz by the Panthers who sacked the quarterback back inside the 45 at the 44-yard line. And the Steelers have their 2nd sack of the first half, and Jules Johnson, number 3. Excuse me, that's not Jules Johnson. That is Braylon Powell, slow to get up. Now he is able to jog back to the huddle.
Yeah,
moving that arm, probably a little stinger there.
So we'll have a timeout on the field. Guys, we will keep it right here. From a Harding perspective, they had some things going offensively, but they go back to that aggressive attacking defense. It's worked for them.
Yeah, and just Mark was just saying before then, why change? And there it is. They go back to it, and there's some success.
This one or this one? Which one were you referring to?
The great defensive Mark means.
Okay, that's not me. So that's an easy way to clarify.
Dave, thanks for that.
Yeah. And you're a defensive guy, so you're great.
Yeah.
I did not know what I was getting into with two defensive-minded people in the press box. 2-1 Tampa leading the Guardians as they're still trying to find their way into the postseason, but is let's just call it a massive uphill climb.
Yeah, massive.
They're only back, 5?
It's just the things they do to get there. I mean,
They have 3 with the Twins coming up that will decide the rest of the season at home here in a few days.
That's big right there.
So 4th down and 13. And it looks like the Steelers will punt with Cabron Smith back to kick the football away. Single returner for the Panthers back at the 30-yard line. Snap gets a quick kick away. He's going to run under at the 23-yard line and then thrown back. We'll have to see where they're going to mark him down, as that is fantastic coverage downfield by the special teams of the Steelers. They'll spot the football at the 22-yard line. So it will be, as we bob and weave to see the scoreboard, about 1:19 left to play here in the first half. It is Farrell 16 and the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 10. If you're tuning in, you're saying Warren Western Reserve Panthers. It is, Dave, it's Panthers night here. So we've seen Panther uniforms, Panthers on the scoreboard, cheerleaders, marching band, all celebrating the history that is Panthers football.
Yeah, that's what we have tonight. And you know, this night, when we say perfect night football, this is perfect. This is just a great night. And we've seen a great game, really. Tale of 2 games in one half, but it's a great game.
16-10, Panthers with the deficit as Chaz Coleman back in there at the quarterback spot, going to take a shot downfield, has a man out there. Here comes the flag as the defender, and we'll get the expertise. He didn't play the ball. He played the receiver and got caught, correct?
Yeah, I hate to say it, but it is true. And that's what a lot of times defensive backs get caught up in that where the ball is underthrown. You don't know the ball is coming, and you're right there. You're face guarding, whatever it may be, and you get that call.
So the penalty gives the Panthers a first down as you're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio 2. It's Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown as we pass 8 o'clock. So the penalty will give the Panthers a first down as they spot the ball at the 37-yard line. Have to see. I don't see McCowan on the sidelines. We'll have to see if this was an injury or just the coach's decision to put Chaz Coleman in. They'll have twins to each side. Slot receiver goes in motion, fake the jet sweep. Coleman to throw, steps up, downfield, has a receiver out there, hits him in stride at the 25-20, 15-10, 5-touchdown Panthers. Right down the field. That is number 26. Shane Williams, the sophomore wide receiver, ran past the secondary for the touchdown.
And he showed some after speed there, I tell you, because they were running even. When he seen the ball in the air, he took into another gear and got there. And you say he's only a sophomore. They got a lot to look forward for a couple more years. And let's give some credit to Coleman, the quarterback. I mean, he was under pressure, was in the grass, and still made that right on target.
Delivered it on the money.
Yes.
Beautiful. Dropped it right in. Little teardrop.
Chaz Coleman to the sophomore Williams, who made the catch. And he was the slot receiver. They faked the jet too, and then ran the 9 right down the seams for the touchdown.
Absolutely.
Doherty on for the extra point, and then the kick is up, and the kick is good. 112 to play here in this first half. And it is a 17-16 lead for the Panthers as we have seen high-octane offenses, and we still got a few seconds, guys, left in this first half, but the Panthers take the lead back by 1, 17-16.
Yeah, I'm loving this game. This is as I said before, this is a great game, and it is. I don't think I'm overstating it. It really is a very enjoyable game to watch.
And it's one of those where you can talk about the game, you can hype the matchup and the history. And they haven't played in 73 years, and this is the 5th matchup all time, but you never know what you're going to get when you show up on Friday night, and we've got just what we expected.
Yeah, this is a knock 'em, sock 'em game, back and forth. It's like two heavyweights duking it out. I really was wondering, what is the Panthers going to do on that offensive series? Are they going to sit back, take it a little bit easier? Are they going to just go? And that's what they did here. Yeah. And to be honest with you, that's what I want to see more of from them. Go. Same thing on defense, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's having confidence in what was your number 2 quarterback to call those plays and make those throws.
Yeah, and that's something. You don't see that happen too much with the second quarterback, but he gave him free reign. Allow him to do it. It worked.
Time for another kickoff brought to you by Repair That Glass. For a full range of automotive glass repairs, call them at 330-534-3192. So they will set. So they will kick the football away. Low bouncing kick. And we've got a flag on the field and going to get a procedure penalty here on the Panthers.
I just happened to look at that name, Mark, of who caught that touchdown pass. Provit.
Was it 25?
It was 25.
Or was it 26? Okay.
25.
Okay, it looked like 26. So it was LaMarcus Provit.
And does that name ring a bell to you?
Absolutely. And you talk about Panthers and Raiders. You just say the name Provit here in Warren, and that is athletic royalty.
Well, it looked like it on that play for sure.
Yeah. And a 10th grader, that didn't look like a 10th grader that took off like that and confidence catch that ball and go.
So this kick is away.
Oh, he stepped out.
This one going to go out of bounds at the 15-yard line. Well, we've seen a little bit of everything here in the first half. Hey, don't forget, coming up at the half, we will recap the first half scoring. We will go over the unofficial first half numbers, and we'll have our first President's Athletic Conference report coming up at halftime. As we will hear from Commissioner Joe Anderko as the President's Athletic Conference kicks off football tomorrow afternoon. And if you're listening on the iMedia One Network, Western Reserve Radio, they will have live coverage of Westminster and Grove City tomorrow starting at 12:10. And I don't remember who's on the play-by-play for that game.
Oh, man. Some guy. His initials, M&M. That's all I know.
Is it this one, though? See, now, this one I'll take credit for. Defensively, no. So, looks like the Panthers are going to use a timeout. So we have just a little more than a minute to go. It gives us the chance, Dave, to look ahead on the schedule. We've talked about this great game, that great game. How about this one next Friday? St. Ignatius and Austintown Fitch.
Oh, man.
Next Friday night at 6:40.
And that's enough said. I mean, we got a lot to, these games got to live up to something. And this one here is definitely doing just that. So, we want to see that continue.
Tough loss for the Falcons late in the final minute last week in that game. So they will look to rebound after the loss to the Steelers. So off the timeout called by the Panthers. The Steelers will have the football with just about a minute to play in the half. So we're just getting some communication here in the booth. The announcers for the Steelers band went to the wrong side, but when you're in a stadium as big as this, you don't know where the home side is, especially if it's your first time here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's, it's understandable. That's why I went on and tried to direct her in the right way.
So Smith takes the snap. He'll hand it off.
Oh.
And got across the 25 and out near the 27-yard line. And that looked like Brandon Chambers on the carry that time.
Yeah, he's a really, really good athlete in the backfield as well. I mean, he played there all last year, was over 1,000-yard rusher for the Steelers. You definitely don't want to give that guy a crease.
So they get enough to get the first down out to the 27-yard line. Heads up play by the senior to get out of bounds and stop the clock.
The Steelers got 2 timeouts too, so if they can pop something big here, they got time.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left side. Smith going to hand the ball off and dropped right near the line of scrimmage, and one of the Panther helmets rolled about 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So that was, let's get you a number for Warren Harding coming up to make that stop. Deshaun Wynn, number 7, the junior, lost his hat. He'll have to come out for a play.
You want to talk about, you got talent when you can take a running back from your previous season, 1,000-yard rusher, and move him outside a receiver and put someone else in the backfield.
But also know that if you need to, you can put him right back in the backfield.
Absolutely. Yep.
Trips to the right, single receiver left side. Smith going to work out of the pistol formation, takes the low snap. He'll hand it off once again. Not much running room there as he stopped at the 29-yard line. And that is a short gain as Curry came up from this defensive line spot to make the stop. And I think both teams are going to be content to head to the locker room.
Yep, it looks that way.
So, gentlemen, we've come to the end of our first half at the break. It is the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 17, the visiting Farrell Steelers from Pennsylvania 16. We'll begin a halftime show after this break here on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leagues. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football. Or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
We welcome you back to historic Molotov Stadium as the Farrell Steeler Marching Band entertains us here at the half. It is the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 17, the visiting Farrell Steelers 16 at the break. It's now time for this week's edition of the President's Athletic Conference Report with Commissioner Joe Anderko.
Welcome to the first PAC football report of the 2023 season, covering games on September 2nd. I'm Joe Anderko. This week, we will take a quick look back at the 2022 season and the President's Athletic Conference, while also previewing the opening fall football weekend of 2023. Carnegie Mellon made it 2 PAC grid titles in a row last season, as first-year head coach Ryan Larson led the Tartans to a perfect 10-0 record and advanced to the second round of the NCAA D3 playoffs, taking eventual national champion North Central into the fourth quarter with a one-score game before falling. Both Grove City and Washington and Jefferson posted impressive ECAC Bowl wins. Westminster also secured an ECAC Bowl berth, which was unfortunately canceled due to a blizzard in Buffalo. Both CMU and W&J have secured D3 preseason top 25 national rankings for 2023. The 2023 football season features a full round-robin schedule in the PAC, with teams playing all 10 league opponents for the first time since growing to 11 teams. Each week will feature 5 conference matchups with one team on a bye, which in Week 1 will be Bethany. The headline matchup in Week 1 features PAC Powers and longtime local rivals Grove City and Westminster teeing it off at 1 p.m. at Thorne Field in Grove City. It's the 105th all-time meeting between the Presbyterian schools dating back to 1892. The series has been marked by close finishes in recent years, including a 24-17 home win by the Titans over the Wolverines in New Wilmington a year ago. Grove City mentor Andrew DiDonato talks about the mutual respect shared by the programs, which are separated by just 14 miles.
The last 5 games between our two schools decided by a total of 20 points. So respect just in the fact that we've each beaten each other on last-second drives or 2-minute drives. Then the other aspect, we both have a clear identity of who we want to be in each phase, and I think both schools respect and appreciate that about one another.
Carnegie Mellon begins its quest for a third consecutive PAC football title under the lights in Beaver Falls Saturday night, as Geneva hosts the Tartans at Reeves Field at 7:30 p.m. CMU leads the all-time series against the Golden Tornadoes 23-7-1, including a 41-0 blanking in Pittsburgh last season. Veteran GT head coach Gino DeMarco begins his 31st season leading the program and talks about the special atmosphere expected at a Saturday night home opener for community night against the defending league champions.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're legit. Everything that's been put out there about them is legit. They get an incredible talent level, and, Ryan's done a great job at CMU. As far as our game atmosphere here at night at Reeves, it's something that, we really built over the last 3-4 decades, and just try to create that atmosphere.
The lone new head coach making his debut is in Meadville, where Braden Layer takes over an Allegheny program that went 2-8 in the PAC, in their first season returning to the conference in 2022. The former Allegheny assistant returns to the program after serving as an assistant coach at Dayton last year. He leads the Gators into the season opener against the Waynesburg Yellow Jackets at Wiley Stadium in Waynesburg at 1 p.m. Layer talks about the coaching transition and what he expects from his program in 2023.
Believe it or not, we are still sitting above 90 football players, right? We've hardly lost any, and I'm really pleased with that. Even more so, the health of our team is really solid right now. And I'm going to knock on wood, so if you hear that in the background, right? But leaving camp, we have not had a single significant injury.
In other Week 1 action, Washington and Jefferson travels to Latrobe to face St. Vincent at Chuck Knoll Field with kickoff slated for 1 p.m. The Presidents have dominated the series since the return of football at St. Vincent, winning 13 of 14 matchups between the programs. The lone victory for the Bearcats over W&J was a 35-27 final in Latrobe in 2011. Finally, Case Western Reserve travels to Greenville to face Teal under the Alumni Stadium lights at 7 p.m. The Spartans lead the all-time series with the Tomcats 12-9, dating back to the opening contest in 1970, and have won the last 9 meetings, with the last matchup being a 30-12 Case victory in Greenville in 2021. That's all for this edition of the PAC Football Report. Log on to the conference website at www.pacathletics.org all season long for the latest news, scores, statistics, and other league information. You can follow us on social media via Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, and Instagram. Links are available at the PAC website. I'm Joe Anderko.
Thanks for listening, and we'll see you at the stadium.
Thank you to PAC President Commissioner Joe Enderko for joining us for this week's edition of the PAC Report. At the half, it is the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 17 and the Farrell Steelers 16. Let's look at our unofficial numbers here in the first half, gentlemen. Jules Johnson, 8 carries, 31 yards and a touchdown. Brandon Chambers, 3 carries for 14. Cabron Smith has not really been a factor in the running game, but when you look at the numbers, 7 carries for minus 19 yards. A lot of that is the sack yardage in the first half.
Yeah, there's no doubt they've kind of shut him down quite a bit in the pass game. I mean, they're covering him up. They're bringing a lot of blitzes up the middle and off the edges. Really haven't given him a lot of time to sit back and throw the football.
When he has had time to throw the football, how about these numbers, guys? 11 of 12, 145 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. So when he throws it, hasn't been a lot downfield, but it's been effective.
Yeah, there's no doubt he's been able to get it to his guys out there and let them make a guy miss and, get some yak, I guess.
Leading receivers in the ball game, Brandon Chambers, 3 catches for 32 yards. Samir Wade, 2 for 51. Julius Phillips Jr., and 1 reception for 49 yards and a touchdown. Danny Odom III, 2 for 7. Jules Johnson had 1 for minus 4 yards. For the homestanding Warren Western Reserve Panthers, led in rushing by Antonio Smith, 6 carries for 29 yards. Ryan Powell, 3 for 7, leading the way in the rushing category. Drew McCowan, 1 of 1 for 24 yards and a touchdown. And then we told you about the backup quarterback who came in for the Panthers, Chaz Coleman, 1 of 1 for 63 yards. So combined between the 2 quarterbacks, 2 of 2, 87 yards and 2 touchdowns.
You can't beat that when you throw it and they put it in the end zone. And to have, like I said, to have the confidence in your backup quarterback to come in and make a play like that, and then him making that play under that pressure, he did a great job. And then that name, again, Provit, when I heard that, seeing who made the catch, boy, that brought back some memories.
Yeah, LaMarcus Provit, 1 catch for 63 yards and a touchdown. Ryan Powell had the little screen pass, the misdirection screen, 1 reception for 24 yards and a touchdown. And when you look at the numbers, guys, across the board, Mark, the number is just about as even as the scoreboard is.
Yeah, if you look out here on the field, these 2 teams look literally identical. It's just like whenever one side decides to sit back a little bit more than the other, that other person will start gaining momentum, and that's kind of what you see. It's just a battle back and forth of 2 heavyweights right now, and really what it's going to come down to is who can not turn the football over and continue to stick with what you do best, and that is bring some heat on the defense and make some big plays on the offense.
So you guys would both blitz on every down if you could, wouldn't you?
Probably so. Some pressure of some kind.
I'm telling you, Mark, Dave and I have done close to 30 games together. When we saw Gerard come out in a 0 blitz that we, as announcers on the Ohio side, don't ever see. I don't know if I've ever seen the man that happy. They brought everyone. They brought the water boy, the band director, you name it. They set the house on a blitz.
Yeah. I mean, they took the chance. We couldn't believe it. And I told you, I've seen it when they lined up. I said, Mark, they're in a 0. I haven't seen that at the high school level. They're going to really do it. And they did. And I mean, they brought the heat on that play. It was unbelievable.
Did they get them?
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
They did.
That was a great call then.
Yeah. Yeah, because all it is one mishap, and it's 6.
Yeah,
for sure with that. But to have the guts to do it, and where they did it at was, a lot of times you do it when they're backed up against their own end zone. No, they were the team was at the 50-yard line. They brung it all.
Wow.
Guys, we're going to take a break. We'll come back, get you a Cleveland Cobras scoreboard update at the half. It is the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 17, the Farrell Steelers 16. We are back with our out-of-town scoreboard after this break on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. for your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Mahoning Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Mahoning_live. And remember, our fans come first.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leagues. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Halftime here at historic Mollenkopf Stadium, and the Warren Western Reserve Panthers with a 17-16 lead over the visiting Steelers. Time for a Cleveland Cobras scoreboard. The Cleveland Cobras are in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. If you are looking to continue your football career, contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football. All right, guys, let's take a look around the valley. Beaver Local with a second quarter lead on Jefferson, 28-0, and fantastic year, great story for Jefferson last year.
Mm-hmm.
Not so good of a start this year.
Yeah, we were wondering how they were going to be, and when we seen, I think it was the first week of the season, and we seen they were down early in the game, it was kind of surprising. So last year was a great season for them, but it's kind of rough this year.
McDonald leading Camel 14-0 as they approach halftime. Canfield at home losing to Olmsted Falls 21-7. This is a good one, Dave. 14-13 Cheney on top of Boardman at the half.
Yeah, and that's a game that I thought a lot of people were picking Boardman to win this in a close battle, and right now we do have a close one at 14-13.
We jump over to the Western Pennsylvania side of things. Hickory leading Franklin 28-6, and the Hornets off to a good start this year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Coach Dungy over there at Hickory got his guys playing really well. They got a good group back. They're taking off right where they left off last week.
Wilmington and Greenville, that's tied at 7. That game's already in the third quarter. Dave, Austintown Fitch getting ready for St. Ignatius next week. They're on the road at Glen Oak today. Wow, they've got a heck of a schedule.
Yes, they do.
And it's 14-3 is the update at the half, Fitch leading Glen Oak.
Yeah, and they do. They have a schedule and a half, as we looked at it earlier. And but that's what gets them ready for those playoffs, and they are playing well. And we'll see just how good they are next week.
Niles on top of LaBrea, 28-0 at the half. We got Lakeview 19, Liberty 6 approaching the halftime. Poland is playing Firelands High School. And you know what? Between all of the high school experience sitting in this booth, I have no idea where that school is.
I have no idea.
No.
If you know, tweet us at Sports Radio 1240. We'll pass that along in the second half. Reynolds leading Mercer 14-7 as they approach halftime there. Sharpsville and Titusville tied up at 14. While Sharpsville, what an offensive shootout they were in last Friday.
Yeah, no doubt. That game was unbelievable with New Wilmington just going back and forth. Just really came down to that last second play with sophomore Aiden Pushkar making that catch. A 63-yard bomb down with 30-some seconds left and making the catch and making a move to get in to score and put Sharpsville over the top.
Wow.
It's unbelievable.
How about this? Two old rivals getting together. Steubenville and Cardinal Mooney play tonight down in Big Red territory. 14-7, Big Red with the lead in the second quarter.
Yeah, and that brings back memories really from way back in the day. That has always been a big-time rivalry.
Brookfield looking for win number 1 on the season, and they are leading Valley Christian 20-6 in the second quarter. Valley Christian coming off a surprising loss to LeBray last week, 20-0. Brookfield looking for that win, number 1 for Coach Clark this year. Sharon, a 47-0 lead over Warren, Pennsylvania at the half. And so here, it's a 35-point margin for running clock.
Same. Yep, same.
Or is it 30 here? Now that as soon as it came out, it's 30 here, 35 across the border. Okay. So
yeah.
Let's see, Girard looking to go 3-0, leading West Branch on the road, 28-22 before halftime, and Western Reserve leading Columbiana 14-6. That game is also approaching the half. So as we turn our attention back towards this game, it really has seemed like, Dave, I'll start with you, whichever team chooses to be the aggressor, whether offense or defense, is having the success.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we see. Is just seem like if they do that, don't sit back on their laurels, but come out aggressively, put a lot of pressure, whether it's offensively or defensively, just challenging the other team, they seem like they have success. When they lay back, then things start to go awry.
And you would think, Mark, sometimes when you're aggressively, especially defensively, and I know that's what you both like to do, but sometimes you can pay the price if you're too aggressive and give up big plays. Haven't really seen a lot of that just yet.
Yeah, no, we haven't. So I think that we need to continue that and see more of that. I think one of the things I'd be telling our kids, either way on both sides, of these teams here in the locker room is that, hey, guys, we gotta do what we do best, and that's bring heat. If a team makes a play on us, either way, let's not sit back now because they got a nice little play on us. And that's what I've seen.
Yes.
Farrell hit one across the middle for a nice big gain early on, and then all of a sudden you saw the Panthers kind of relax and not bring any heat, and they try to defend the seams and things like that. You don't want to see that in the second half. Both teams need to put the pedal to the metal, and I guess, dance with the people you brought,
Yes.
And that's what you need to do. So
let's take our final 60-second break. We'll come back. We'll get keys for both teams, and we'll start the third quarter at the half. It is the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 17 and the Farrell Steelers 16 on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
It's all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to clevelandcobrasfootball.com, Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825, or go to youngstownphantoms.com.
Clark Cup champion!
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532. We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Welcome back as we are wrapping up the halftime here on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240. We, as we traditionally do, we look at keys for the second half. We start with Mark. When you look at from a Farrell perspective, what are you looking for in the second half?
Yeah, aggression. Just continue to be aggressive. Do what you do. Offensively, get the ball out to your athletes in space. Let them get north and south, make somebody miss, and move the sticks. Yep. Defensively, bring the heat. Let your guys cover, but bring the heat and be aggressive.
Dave, Now from a Panther perspective, they've looked at times very differently than we saw them back in week 1 against Canton McKinley. Much more aggressive.
Yeah, much more aggressive than that. And, not to sound like a broken record, but it's the truth. You have a team with great athletes. Why would you just sit them back and read and react? Let those guys go out and use their athletic ability and their speed and just go for it. And that's what I want to see. If they do that, I think we have a lights out game. If both teams do that, it'll be a great game all the way through because it'll be pressure all night long.
You didn't like sitting back in coverage. You wanted to blitz, didn't you?
Yeah, I wanted to do whatever it is to get to that carrier. Seriously. You want to get to the ball carrier. All hats to the ball.
Looking ahead for these two teams, Farrell heads back home next week. They host Grove City of Pennsylvania, and it does not get any easier for the Panthers next week. They are at Akron St. Vincent St. Mary's.
Yeah, talk about a schedule.
Oh my goodness.
That they have and who they play. Unbelievable.
And Coach Arnold, probably a month or so ago when I had him on By All Means, he said, this may be one of the most difficult schedules in Panther Raider history.
Right.
Looking at what the first 3 weeks, you might be right.
Yeah, this is a team that could maybe go 500 and be seriously playoff ready because of what they have played during the season.
No doubt.
Over on AM 600 WRQX and Western Reserve Radio 1, Springfield and Geneva tied up at 14 with under 5 minutes to play. That's a tough place to go ahead and play. Geneva is a very good football team. One of the big keys that we got to talk about as well in this third quarter is, who comes out at quarterback for the Panthers.
Yeah. We haven't got any word on any type of injury or anything of that nature. So, you're wondering, is Drew McCowan injured or something happened? We'll find out.
So the Panthers will get the football to begin the third quarter with a 1-point lead at 17-16. You're listening to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week here on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240. As this kickoff is brought to you by Repair That Glass in Hubbard. Call them at 330-534-3192. Short bouncing kick picked up at the 35, across the 40 to the 41-yard line, then pounded down right there by Marion Norris, who came up and made the stop on special teams and aggressively at bat.
Yeah,
that's what we like to see.
That's it right there.
So 1st and 10 for the Panthers as they will work left to right here in quarter number 3. Mark Means, Dave Clark, our special guest. Mark Means, the former West Middlesex head coach, joining us in the booth. And if you're wondering, we haven't really talked about it much. Yes, not only do we share the same name, but we are cousins.
Yep. That's
so we got a little family celebration of football in the booth tonight.
All right.
Family football.
Yes,
sir.
One receiver to the right, 2 to the left. They're going to run it on first down. And swallowed up in the backfield, back behind the 40 to the 39-yard line. No running room that time at all for Antonio Smith, and it's a loss of 1.
Yeah, Johnson and Harrison just blowing that up.
Yeah.
So it'll be Chaz Coleman at the quarterback spot to begin the third quarter for the Panthers. So they will have both Powell and Smith in the backfield. Powell lines up as a wing to the right side, 2 receivers left. Coleman to throw it on, second down and long. Feeling the pressure, spins off a tackle, stays on his feet to the 45, twists his way down to the 50-yard line, and he'll have a Panther first down on a nice run by the quarterback, Chaz Coleman.
Yeah, he showed some elusiveness there, something that we didn't know because he don't run a lot. He didn't do it when we watched him the first time, but he showed some elusiveness to get that first down.
1 receiver right, 2 to the left, wing to the right side. It's Antonio Smith, the running back. Chaz Coleman, the quarterback. Low snap, back to Smith. Picks it up. And a bounce to the outside 50. Flag 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, and out of bounds near the 18-yard line. But a flag all the way back at the 50-yard line. This is going to be a hold.
Yep.
And they're going to bring this one back.
Oh, boy.
I was thinking to myself, some of the best plays are broken plays, when it's supposed to go one way and then you make something happen. And that's what they did here. Unfortunately, it looks like there was a hold here.
Yep. You hate to see the laundry on the field, especially where it was thrown at. Yep.
So a holding penalty on Eris Coleman Bay, the wide receiver, the junior in their starting trio, will wipe off that big run and back them up to first down and 20. Back at the 40-yard line. Wow, and Dave, that was about a 25-yard toss of the flag. That may be our record holder for the year right now.
Yeah, that guy got an arm out there.
Stack 2 receivers to the right, split 1 far out to the left side, wing to the left. Coleman Bay goes in motion, fakes the jet sweep. They give the ball to Antonio Smith. And that is the second time the Steelers defense has stayed home, not buying the motion and getting the play in the backfield.
Dude, but I don't even think the guard or tackle even had time to almost get out of their stance before he was shooting right behind them.
Yeah, he was gone.
And in the backfield making that play. It was a great individual effort by Marion Norris.
Yep.
Loss of 1, second and 21, back at the 40-yard line. Chaz Coleman has the running back, Antonio Smith, with him in the backfield. 5-step drop. Spins out of a potential tackle. Eyes downfield. Looks downfield. He's going to sling it down the sidelines. And is that pass caught? What do we have?
I think he might have been out there.
Incomplete. He couldn't get the foot down. And one of the Steelers coaches sprinted about 25 yards down the field to express to his defensive back he was not pleased with his coverage.
No, he was not. He was very animated, to say the least.
Oh, yeah. But one thing you don't do, they definitely don't like you to do, peeking into the backfield. Because sometimes when you peek into the backfield, your receiver is gone. I think that's what happened there.
Right.
Third down and 21. Trips to the left. Coleman back to throw. Fakes the screen. Now sets the screen up. And oh, my goodness. That is a flag.
Oh, yeah.
About every flag on the field came for that play that's going to be a targeting call on the Farrell Steelers defense.
Oh, yeah. Well, you've seen it coming.
Yeah.
I watch these games all the time. I see that. It's a penalty nowadays.
Right.
I don't think I could play under the rules that they play now.
You and me.
I couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it either.
No, because that right there, that's football.
Was a good,
That's just football.
Yeah, to me, good hit. It was under the chin.
Yep.
It was up, in the chest.
Yeah.
They had him. Andrada was lined up over the receiver.
Yes.
He's the outside. He's a linebacker. They had him all the way out playing press coverage with the safety. The corner over the top. He pressed him for a second, and then when he saw the dump off, he slid over and was just right there, watching, eyeing him up.
Yep.
And as soon as the ball touched him, then he made contact.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that is the rule.
That's the rule.
And you hit him up around the head, especially when the helmet comes off. No matter what. It's going to be a penalty.
Yeah.
I hope his kid's okay.
Yeah. That's the main thing.
They've got trainers and the staff out on both sides of the field.
Yeah, it's just, like I said, it's unfortunate. That hit definitely wasn't up in the head area. It was in the chest.
Yeah.
It was perfectly delivered.
Yep.
Below, right in the chest.
So was it more of leading with the crown of the helmet then?
No.
That's shoulder.
I honestly think because his helmet came off,
that did it.
That it just made it look a lot worse.
Yep.
I mean, it wasn't one flag. It was 5.
Oh yeah, they came
It
flying.
immediately came.
Yep.
You know, but that's what happens when you get a blow like that now in football. They're coming out.
Yeah.
You know, but like I said, I enjoy watching it, but I could never play under those rules and those conditions.
But Antonio Smith, who was the receiver, up and walking to the sidelines with the medical staff for the Panthers. The penalty will give the Panthers a first down to the Steeler 45-yard line. Excuse me.
Yeah, I remember the coaches.
It's going to be third down. Excuse me.
Oh, they did? Yeah, I see that.
So 3rd and 6 for the Panthers. Stack 3 tight to the left side. They're going to toss it that way with the receivers trying to block, looking for the corner.
Yeah.
Man, got to the 40-yard line before being pushed back. It'll be 4th down and a little more than 1 on that run by Ryan Powell. Excuse me, that is a new back in there. That's Javonte Jones, number 5, the 6 foot, 175-pound senior. It's 4th down and a little more than 1, and the Panthers will play on 4th down. Trips to the right, single receiver left. Coleman checks with the far sidelines. Jones is the tailback next to him to the right side. Play clock at 12 seconds. Coleman takes the snap, gives the ball to Jones. Jones has the first down and more as he spins his way down to the 35-yard line. And Jones a little bit bigger back than Smith.
Yeah.
A couple inches taller and about 10 pounds heavier.
Yeah, and he runs with some authority there. And kind of surprised I didn't see Powell in the game because he's a monster at the backfield.
They are going to run it again with Jones. Gets to the outside 20 to the 15 and spins his way out of bounds near the 12-yard line. As he said, I'm bigger, but I can get to the outside too.
Yeah, and he's running through tacklers. So, hey, they're doing a good job of opening up the holes and getting to the outside and the flanks there. And the defensive back never seen him even running. Didn't even know it.
So 1st and 10 from the 14-yard line. 17-16, Panthers leading the Steelers. This time there's no running room whatsoever as the back swallow it up back near the 17-yard line. Loss of 3 brings up 2nd down and long. And we've got one of the Steelers hobbling off to the near sidelines.
Aiden Marshall.
Linebacker. Freshman linebacker at that. Now we will have a timeout on the field. 8 minutes, 32 seconds to go, 3rd quarter. It is the Western Reserve Panthers 17, the Farrell Steelers 16. We are back in 1 minute on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Whether you are a professional football champion or a fantasy football champion, Martusio Chiropractic is the place to recover from all your sports injuries. Proudly serving Trumbull County, Martusio Chiropractic is located at 369 Niles Cortland Road in Warren. Martusio Chiropractic accepts most insurance plans, now accepting new patients and offering some same-day appointments. For more information or to make an appointment, call Martusio Chiropractic at 330-856-9595.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leagues. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
8:32 to go here in tonight's 3rd quarter on the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week from historic Mollenkopf Stadium. It is the Western Reserve Panthers 17, the Farrell Steelers 16, and we've got a timeout on the field as both teams now getting ready to make their way back to the line of scrimmage. And this is a couple of big plays from the Panthers, Dave.
Yeah, definitely were, and keeping that momentum going. They're keeping the ball on the ground. You know, one of the things that's surprising, Mark, if you remember, they still haven't cleaned up their snap. Still always low. I don't know what's going on there, but it's always low.
Twins.
There it is again.
8 side of the formation. Coleman with the football, going to roll to the outside, throws across his body, and the pass falls incomplete. It brings up a 3rd down and long.
Is that a flag out there again?
Yeah. And Dave, to go back to what you were saying too, is that that low snap.
Yeah.
They had a guy open.
Yeah.
But he couldn't see him because he's down on the ground.
Yeah. And it's been like that since the first week of the season, and that's something that should be cleaned up by now, and it hasn't.
Right.
Holding penalty on the Panthers on Dan Greathouse, the senior offensive lineman, will back him up. Cleveland Cobras scoreboard, 4th quarter. Mineral Ridge looking to go to 3-0. Coach Shaner off to a great start there. 42-0 lead over Aquinas.
Oh, man.
Aquinas is going to want to come back to the Valley after 2 of the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, they're not coming back here anymore.
They were shut out by Camel in week 1, 30-0.
Yeah, I would not take the ride back down to the Valley anymore.
Coleman to throw, steps up in the pocket. He's going to run. Stutter steps in, spins across the 25, down to the 24-yard line. He'll pick up 3. It's going to be 3rd and 20 for the Panthers. And we have a Farrell Steeler down on the field.
Can't capture his number just yet.
So they will send both teams to their sidelines. One of the Steelers is down on the field.
Looks like number 8, Marion Norris.
So
maybe a cramp.
I was going to say initially it did look like it was potentially a cramp. As it was a cool night, but it's still on the muggy side. And but for the most part, we've seen, and that's one of those things, as both of you being former coaches, I always hear it's not about hydrating on game day. It's about hydrating up to game day.
Yeah, throughout the whole week, really.
Right. Yeah, that's it.
Not the night before and eating some spaghetti or something.
Right, yeah. And that's what they think that'll work. That doesn't.
Right. Yeah. But, also, too, here with Farrell, not maybe having that extra couple games and things like that. It's kind of like week 1 almost for them again.
Yeah. Yep.
It was warm, as you know, and then when it went down, these guys are working really hard, both sides of the football. So, it isn't too bad to see something like this happen. I'm glad that it's a cramp and nothing worse than that.
Yeah.
8 minutes and change here in tonight's 3rd quarter on the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week. Have to, as we always do, a special thank you to Matthew Craven, who's back at our Western Reserve Studios in Struthers on the board with us for tonight's game, and executive producer Dave Ferris back there as well. We've got 3 games going at once back in our iMedia One studios. How about this, guys? Howland and Hubbard tied at 14 as they go to the 4th quarter. Howland played Niles week 1. They played Poland week 2. Hubbard played East week 1 and Greenville week 2. And Howland 0-2, Hubbard 2-0, and going to the 4th quarter tied at 14.
Yeah, isn't that something? 3rd week of the season. A lot of things start to, teams start to get a little niche of who they are during that 3rd week. And as you said, you start to get really in good football shape. It's a little different. It's hot. Like you said, now it's a little starting to cool off and different things start to change. And when you, like tonight's game, you're playing against athletes.
Yeah.
You're running like crazy.
Yeah.
So it's a big difference.
It's only cooling off for a couple of days, but once we get into next week, it's going to heat up a little bit.
Yes.
So since we have a moment, whether trying to work this cramp out, how do you adjust practice knowing it's going to be in the 90s for the first 3 days next week? Or do you adjust practice?
Well, obviously, you're going to take more water breaks and things like that and keep an eye on your kids and things, but maybe not a lot of thudding going on.
Yeah.
But you're still going to get it in. You're going to be playing a game, whether it's Thursday, Friday, or Saturday nowadays with the way that they're making people move them around with these games with lack of refs and things like that.
Yep.
But, you're still gonna get after it. You still have to do it.
Yeah, you have to do it.
So we have a stoppage for a cramp with a Farrell Steeler player down at about the 17-yard line. And again, we look ahead the next couple weeks on the schedule. Next week we mentioned St. Ignatius and Austintown Fitch. A 6:40 pregame and a 7 o'clock kickoff, and then 2 newer rivals get together in the NE8 on September 15th as Poland travels to Hubbard.
Yeah. And that should be something we talked about that to see. We didn't know what Hubbard would be, but I don't know. Maybe they're a little better than we thought they would.
Speaking of Hubbard, they're up 21-14 now on Howland, fourth quarter.
Okay. So, yeah, Hubbard has Niles next week at Niles before the matchup with Poland at Memorial Stadium in a couple of weeks.
Hey, Mark, could I go out to that Reynolds game over in Pennsylvania? Reynolds is playing Mercer in Region 1. And I just want to give a little shout out to my nephew, Xavier Zacharich, scoring a touchdown in that game. They're up by 6, and that's a big region game for them.
Okay.
So good to see the Farrell Steelers, Marion Norris, the senior, able to get up and sprint his way to the sideline. So they will get him some hydration, and I'm sure he'll be right back in the ball game. We'll see if both coaching staffs able to take advantage of the little bit of a lengthy delay. As when we get back to action, it'll be 3rd and 20 from the 24-yard line for the Panthers with a 1-point lead with 8 minutes and 11 seconds to go here in tonight's third quarter.
Yeah, this game started off just like it did, with how well, each teams were just playing hard, and physical. And
yeah.
So 3rd and 20 from the 24-yard line, 17-16. Western Reserve leading the Farrell Steelers. Coleman back to throw, looking for the end zone. Jump ball knocked away the last second and incomplete. He did a nice job, kind of box out the defensive back, but wasn't able to complete the catch to the ground.
Yep. Yeah, he made a great adjustment on the ball to come over the shoulder and actually had that ball for a minute, but just could not maintain that reception, or that would have been 6 points.
So we will see Jake Doherty on for the field goal. He hit from 37 yards back in the first quarter. So they'll spot this one at the 31.
They got somebody down over here with cramp.
Yeah, we do have a Farrell player in the backfield. That
Brandon Chambers.
I was going to say, that does look like Brandon Chambers back at the 10-yard line.
Yeah, they're cramping up now.
Yes.
I was going to say, don't ice the kicker, and now that
Chambers,
might be.
Yeah, that was Chambers there. Yep.
So 17-16 with Chambers now down in the backfield, having a cramp worked out by the Farrell training staff. And where they spotted this ball, Dave, this is a 41-yard field goal for Jake Doherty. Well, I know he hit from 37 earlier, but
yeah, and he made it with a little room to spare. But this shows how much confidence that Coach Arnold can bring his kicker, run him out there to kick a 41-yard field goal. You don't see that a lot in high school.
I watched four Browns preseason games, and they couldn't make a field goal from 41 yards out. So if you can get a high school kicker, that says something.
Yeah, it made Cade York end up in Tennessee now.
On the practice squad.
He's on the practice squad.
A 5th-round draft pick that went to waste.
Yeah. Well, he was. He had a got to give him credit.
He had a great college career.
He did. Just sometimes they don't understand. It's a different kicking in the NFL than in college. Hash marks, other things make a change in how you can kick. So it makes a difference.
Right.
Plus, they kick off a tee. They actually have a tee when they kick in college.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that in the pros. It's off the grass.
Off the grass, yep.
Or the turf or whatever, So it's a big difference.
Teams still have grass?
It's only a couple that I can think of.
Because we were talking about that before the game started, Mark. Farrell, their game last week, they played on grass.
Right.
It's been a long time since they played on grass. Like Dave and I talked about it. We don't have a game on grass all season on our schedule this year.
Yeah, and that's the last one for Farrell all year. So the 9 games that they're going to have the rest of that's going to all be on turf. So you don't see it as much. We see it a little bit more over in Western Pennsylvania. Sharpsville, West Middlesex, Kennedy Catholic. Still have grass.
Yeah,
and
I like grass.
Being that I'm, especially at San Diego State.
Oh yeah, go to sleep on that.
Being that I am close to Bo Ryan Stadium, I'm able to watch the Dragons practice some days. they are playing at LeBray tonight. They have a turf field. They also have a grass practice field that they can use. They were on grass a couple times this week getting ready for that game. And last report, a 28-0 lead. Now 34-0.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's interesting. You know, Niles had a tough loss last week at Alliance. As they are running clock in that game in Leavittsburg now, as that game is already into the fourth quarter.
And that's something, the Braves usually have a pretty good football team yearly. And lately they have been. They have been up and down. And maybe this is just one of their down seasons, or maybe I don't want to really say that. Maybe it's just Niles is really playing good football.
They've got a high-powered offense. And when we saw that week one, when they played Howland, that they can put some points up on the scoreboard.
Yes, they can.
And they ran into a tough opponent last week in Alliance with a special quarterback there. So they continuing, to look at Brandon Chambers, the wide receiver, running back down on the turf, and you ran the kicker out there to potentially take a 41-yard field goal. With this delay, does it give you time to think, or you just send him right back out there?
Yeah, it definitely gives you time to think, to see what you want to do and where you're at. I mean, obviously, if they run a play, an offensive play, the ball's, no matter what, it's still at the 24-yard line. That's not too bad if you got to go on defense.
Right, yep.
So they will bring Doherty out to kick, and we'll also see Drew McCowan out there to hold, Dave.
Yeah,
so it was a change at the quarterback spot, not an injury. So from 41 yards out, Jake Doherty, snap, hold, and whistles will stop the kick once again. I didn't see what the call was. They blew the play dead, but I didn't see a flag.
I know, and that was late.
Yeah, real late. Now, if I'm Coach Arnold, I'm upset.
Yeah.
He made that kick.
He's all the way out, to the far numbers.
Yeah.
Talking to the side judge. Now there's a flag.
Substitution, maybe?
Delay a game? You got to delay a game after
a delay?
Yeah.
I don't understand, too, because they went right into it. They didn't.
Yeah.
When they signaled for play, they lined up and kicked. I don't understand how it could be a delay.
I'm really mad if I'm Coach Arnold.
Oh, yeah.
No, he is definitely that right now. I was talking to one of the side officials. So he's going to kick this again. So this will now be a 46-yard attempt.
Oh, man, they got confidence in this guy.
For the senior, Jake Doherty. Drew McCowan, the junior quarterback, will hold.
Yeah, they're going to think about this now.
Yeah, this is a little bit different here.
Yeah, the kid had the leg. He definitely does. And the snap was really good.
Yeah, and, I think they made a mistake on it. Absolutely. I can't see 25 seconds, 40 seconds, whatever they call it, run off the clock.
Yeah.
That quick. I can't see it.
They whistled it into play, and they lined up immediately to kick.
They lined up immediately.
I would say, without looking at the play clock, 12, 14 seconds probably when he kicked the football.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to bring out either the punt team here and try to pin him deep, or they're going to run an offensive play.
Yeah.
I think it's the right call, to be honest.
Yeah.
The 45 is a challenge, especially if it's short, to be able to return the kick.
Yeah.
And not only that, usually when you're kicking a ball that long, you're driving the ball, so sometimes it comes off a little lower at first. You're taking a chance of getting it blocked.
So Doherty will now punt the ball away. Good snap right at the shoulders, trying to pin the Steelers back deep. Going to head this one to the corner. It got batted back, but they're going to say it broke the plane, and it is a touchback. As we pass the 9 o'clock hour, you're listening to Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown. Mark Means, Dave Clark, and Mark Means with you tonight for the special cross the state line battle between the Western Reserve Panthers and the Farrell Steelers. 17-16 is the lead for the Panthers. No scoring so far here in this third quarter. It has gone final. Mineral Ridge now They are 3-0 on the season. Coach Hayner's group improves to 3-0, 42-6 over Aquinas. 1st and 10 for the Steelers. Cabron Smith, the quarterback, flips it to the receiver who comes in motion, try to turn the corner, and he's going to get one down to the 21-yard line. It's a nice job by the tackler to kind of go low, take down Chambers. Najee Jones, the senior, on the stop.
Yeah, good defense there too. They had it all the way strung out to the sidelines and perfectly placed, stayed home, and able to make that tackle very quickly.
We'll give them a gain of 2. 2nd and 8 at the 22-yard line. 2 receivers go right, 1 to the left. Wing to the left side. Smith and Johnson in the backfield. Low snap. They will run it on. 2nd down. Across the 25, 30, 35, 40. Still on his feet. 45. Cuts back 50. He may go. 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. It is. What is the call? Touchdown.
Yeah, they called a touchdown.
Right at the goal line. Jules Johnson. No flags on the play. 78 yards on the touchdown for the Steelers sophomore running back.
Wow, what a explosive play for the Farrell Steelers. Boy, did they need that. Big time run by Johnson. Nice little cutback. Was able to find the end zone. And what I like to see is those wall of blockers hustling downfield, getting out there in front to block.
Yep.
That puts him unofficially over the 100-yard mark at 1:09 for the game. They'll now leave the offense out there. Go for 2. Twins to each side. Smith is the quarterback. He'll take the snap, fake the pitch, look to throw. Fires slant, back of the end zone. That is good for the 2-point conversion. So with just under 7 minutes to play here in the 3rd quarter, it is the Farrell Steelers 24 and the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 17. We're back after this 1-minute timeout on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Well, after the very impressive 78-yard run by sophomore Jules Johnson, it is now 24-17 in favor of the Farrell Steelers. And I asked Mark before the game, I said, sophomore running back's got to be special to make Brandon Chambers go to wide receiver.
Yeah.
Shows you there he is.
Exactly. Yep. No doubt.
This kickoff brought to you by Repair That Glass, offering a full range of automotive glass repairs. To make an appointment, call 330-534-3192. And a short squib kick that is fielded by the Panthers. And I know you don't want to give up a big return, but in turn, you're giving up field position to the Panthers.
Yeah, you sure are. You're giving them great field position. You're doing that with a lot of confidence, I guess, in your defense that you can hold them, but it's a risky move.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. You know, I just think they don't want to kick it deep and let their return man get a shot at taking one to the house.
Which we saw against Canton McKinley.
Yeah.
We saw the very, very talented Eris Coleman Bay return a long kickoff.
Yeah.
24-17, Farrell leading the Western Reserve Panthers. Jazz Coleman all the way here in the third quarter at the quarterback spot as twins to each side. Single back next to him to the left. Now we've got whistles and a Panther timeout. Panthers will use their first of 3. They're left with 2. We'll step aside for a quick 30-second break and come back with more on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leagues. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
So the Panthers use their first of 3 timeouts. 6 minutes, well, almost 7 minutes left to play here in tonight's third quarter as we get set to get back to action. 1st and 10 for the Panthers. Coleman back to throw. 3-step drop, has time, steps up in the pocket. Made the first defender miss and spins down to the 49-yard line.
You know, he's more of an athlete than I knew he is.
Yeah.
He's got some good footwork, making people miss. Not bad.
And it's not one read and run. It's,
Right.
Multiple looks before he's going to run the football. Low snap again, goes all the way back, running back, able to pick it up and all the way back inside the 35-yard line. And you've both been talking about it all night. Now the snaps become a big factor in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can't roll it back there, that's for sure. And he's been doing that a lot. He's been really saved by the quarterback. Number 10 is back in the game.
I was going to say, Antonio Smith
Yes.
back in the game after taking that big hit.
That's good to see.
3rd and 18. 2 receivers to each side. Coleman to throw. Going to step up right down the seam. Has a man open and he dropped it at the 30-yard line. Coleman hit the receiver right in the hands at the 30-yard line. And he was unable to make the catch, and the ball falls harmlessly to the turf. As that was Donovan McCoy, the junior wide receiver who could not hold on.
You talking about a pass dropped in there. The bucket, like
He
you talked about earlier.
dropped it in the bucket.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. They got some kids that can play quarterback.
Yes.
Man, oh, man.
Goodness.
So they will now punt the football away. Jake Doherty, the senior, at his 23-yard line. I think the Panthers are short of what they want to have on the field.
Yeah, they got 10 out there.
And they're going to need to use a timeout. We've seen the pressure that the Steelers can bring with when you've got the full 11, Dave, on the field. So you don't want to try with a man short.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, but that really hurts now because that's 2 timeouts already used up in the second half. And now you're just left with 1 for the remaining game. And that really could be a problem for you.
So they will have, as you said, 1 timeout remaining. And what has been, we've got a couple of cramp delays that has made this a little bit of a longer third quarter tonight. 24-17, the lead for the Farrell Steelers. That touchdown and ensuing 2-point conversion on the run by Johnson are only scoring so far here in the third quarter.
Yep.
And you wonder, how much of that is defensive adjustments? How much of it is just kind of feeling each other out?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both. It's just a chess match back and forth.
So is Danny Odom III back to return this punt from Jake Doherty. High snap, gets the kick away. And that is going to take a Panther roll inside the 20. And that ball is going to be down at about the 13-yard line.
What? Well, next door, I heard the coaches going crazy for Farrell. Yeah, I understand it.
Yeah.
You do not go around the football. You
Get
clear
away.
yourself from the football, and the receiver was still around the ball.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why.
Aren't you're supposed to yell something that tells everybody to back away, right?
Yes. Yeah. Poison, whatever your code is.
Whatever keywords
I can't say the other one, but yeah, they got another one for it too. And it's kind of funny, but
yeah, let's just go with poison.
Yeah,
that sounds like the right choice.
It's definitely radio friendly, boys.
I'll tell you after.
So 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line for the Farrell Steelers. Smith takes the snap. He'll run it with Jules Johnson bouncing to the outside. And Johnson down to about the 17, 18-yard line. He's going to pick up 4. It's 2nd down and 6.
Yeah, nice little run off tackle there. Joel's be able to get to the edge and make a nice pickup on 1st down. They're moving the sticks. You want to stay ahead of the chains there a little bit, or the sticks, so to speak. Kind of stay on schedule.
Yeah, absolutely.
2nd down, long 5 for the Steelers as we approach 5 minutes to play here in tonight's 3rd quarter.
This is a spot that I would definitely, as we always like to say, bring the heat. I would definitely right now try to bring something.
They will run it with Johnson again, right up the middle, running off the short side of the formation. It's going to be about a little more than a yard shy of the 1st down. It'll bring up 3rd down. So 3rd down and 1. Spot the ball at the 23-yard line. And
this would be huge here if they could get a stop
and
force a punt. They could get some good, field position.
3rd and 1 for the Farrell Steelers. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left side. Smith, they're going to just keep it.
I don't know if he got it.
They snapped it to the up back, and
I think down to the
got it. 25-yard line. And they will say, yes, just enough to move the chains.
Another injury there.
But we have a Panther player down on the field at the 26-yard line. So they'll send both teams to the sidelines as training staff for the Panthers will come out to the far hash across the field from us. 24-17, 4th quarter here on Western Reserve Radio, Sports Radio 1240. Just a hair more than 4 minutes to play in tonight's 3rd quarter.
Yep.
So they will tend to the player down on the field and starting to get some final scores coming in. And we can welcome the audience listening to the Mineral Ridge game tonight on City View Sportscast. That was a nice win for the Rams tonight, 49-6, as they improved to 3-0. We're at Molotov Stadium in Warren. It is the Farrell Steelers 24 and the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 17, as it is Panthers night here at Molotov Stadium. So they intend to the player down. Didn't get a chance, guys, to see the number as the training staff got to him quickly on that far hash across the field from us.
And hopefully, it's like you said, it's another cramp. Got something there too? Yep, a Farrell player is down also.
So there's a Farrell player like right in front of their bench.
Number 7 there for the Panthers, Deshaun Wynn.
Yep.
So good to see that that's what it has been the majority of tonight. It's been cramps that have taken some time to work their way out. Yeah. But luckily, that's all it's been so far tonight.
It's been a track meet, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, it has.
Yeah.
I mean, my calves are cramping up just watching them run around.
My calves cramped up going up the steps to get here.
Yeah.
So 24-17, Farrell with the lead.
Yeah, you're right. This has been a track meet with collisions.
That has been for sure.
Demolition derby in a way.
Right.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Steelers and senior quarterback Cabron Smith. Stack 2 receivers far to the right side, split 1 far out to the left. Panthers showing some pressure, bring a slot man in motion. And one of the Steelers came across, but they were drawn off by the movement. So back this up and make it 1st and 15. 2. So 2nd and 15, back at the 20-yard line. Clock continues to roll here in the 3rd quarter. Steelers break the huddle. They'll come to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers go to the right side. 1 to the left. Right side slot receiver goes in motion. They fake the jet sweep, and they will run it to the outside across the 30, 35, 40. Still on his feet to the 45-yard line. But as a 1st down for the Farrell Steelers, that's Samir Wade, listed as an athlete, lining up in the backfield that time.
Yeah, he's fast. He's explosive. I thought he was just as good as Kylon Wilson, number 4 they lost to senior graduation, who was just a top explosive offense and defensive player for the Steelers.
So his first carry gives them a 1st down out to the 44-yard line. We approach 3 minutes to play in tonight's 3rd quarter. 2 receivers go to the right, 1 to the left side. Wing to the left. Smith takes the snap. They give it again to Wade, and this time he has stood up in the backfield and dropped back near the 41-yard line.
Yeah, they was bringing the heat on that play for sure.
Yeah, Ryan Powell on that play and Ashton Coleman.
So loss of 3 brings up 2nd down and 13, back to the 41-yard line. Again, Steelers home next Friday for Grove City. And the Panthers on the road at Akron, St. Vincent, St. Mary's. 1 receiver to the right, now trips to the left side. Smith takes the snap, looks to throw, has a man open down the sidelines, and Brandon Chambers, who dropped the football at the 25-yard line. He had about a 4-yard advantage on the defensive back, and unable to hold on to the football was Brandon Chambers, and it's 3rd down and long.
Yeah, I can't believe we done seen this on
both sides.
Ensuing drive, and they drop wide open, perfect passes, just dropped laid in perfectly, and they drop it.
And both would have been touchdowns had they been caught.
Oh, my goodness.
2 receivers to each side. Smith works out of the pistol, running back now to his left. On 3rd and 13. Smith drops the throw. Pressure, hit from behind, the ball pops loose. And the Panthers say they've got the football. We'll wait for the official indication.
I don't know if we got bags and flags and everything going everywhere.
They got it, too.
And it is going to be Panther football. That's coming out of that pile, celebrating for the for the Panthers tonight. That is 52, Devontae Ellis, the senior D lineman.
Hey, mark that down right now. That could be a play of the game down the road.
Yep. Right after a pass, it should have been 6 points to really give you a nice little lead. Now they get the ball in their territory.
Yeah, absolutely.
1 minute, 55 seconds to go here, 3rd quarter. Panthers will have the football at the Steeler 39-yard line. 4 receivers tight to the line to the left. We're going to toss it to the running back, and Antonio Smith is hit in the backfield.
Jules Johnson again.
Here he is.
Sophomore all over the field, offensively, defensively. He is really doing it tonight.
And what did you say? What class is he?
Sophomore.
That is something.
Wow.
That is something.
Wow.
You're talking about a guy that reads the play quickly, and he's there.
Gets to it. Yep.
Wow.
So the loss of 7 brings up 2nd and 17, back to the Steeler 46. Coleman to throw, gonna take a shot. Field. Man wide open.
Yard line. Are you kidding me?
That's 3.
Are you kidding? I cannot believe what we done seen tonight.
These poor quarterbacks, I'm telling you right now, I feel sorry for them. They're putting the ball on the money.
Oh, my goodness.
But I just heard a defensive guy say he feels bad for the quarterback.
Yeah, just for a second. I'm
we got to lock that down.
Yeah. You know I'm out of the game.
Woo!
My
So incompletion will bring up a 3rd down and 17. You're just joining us, 24-17. Farrell leading the Panthers. Coleman to throw with time. Pump fakes. Goes over the middle and the pass caught.
Yes, it is. That was
down to the 36-yard line. That's Eris Coleman Bay, number 9, who made the catch. And the defender.
That's Jules Johnson.
Down on the field.
He's been all over the field.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm really impressed with this quarterback. Unbelievable the way he steps up in the pocket and then moves. He was on the run. Put that ball right on the money. On the move.
Yes.
He showed us he can run the ball well and everything like that. Wow.
So they will tend to Johnson, who's down on the field at the 42-yard line. It'll be 4th and 8 with less than a minute to play here in tonight's 3rd quarter.
And that's the thing is it gets kind of scary. I'm thinking defensively, right? Man, I got 2 guys down right now, and you might have to take them out, or you don't know in stride when they're out there covering, they cramp up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right. You have to try to cycle guys in and out, and that's kind of tough.
Yeah.
You're thinking about that personnel-wise. What am I going to do if these guys are matching up well, and now they might not be able to?
Yeah.
This is the time for the Panthers to take their shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it is good to see Jules Johnson up and slowly making his way to the sidelines. We might have another Farrell player. We actually have a couple Farrell players that were down in that huddle that they're still tending to with some cramping issues.
Another one back there. Yes, sir. This is, I tell you. This is a night, I tell you. This is. Well, these teams and these players tonight will sleep well because they have work tonight for sure.
No doubt. They're leaving it all out on the field.
Yeah, they definitely are.
So it's 4th down and 8 at the Farrell 37-yard line. Coleman has the running back, Antonio Smith, with him in the backfield. Back to throw. Pumps, pulls it down, and he is sacked, and a flag comes as he is pulled down at the 40-yard line. That's going to be on the Panthers, so look for the Steelers to decline this and take the football over. So they will decline it, and that will be Farrell football.
Yep.
So a update, if you're waiting for it tonight, Guardians beat the Rays tonight 3-2 to try to continue to stay alive. Final tonight, Geneva tops Springfield 21-14 up at Geneva. So the Tigers drop to 1-2. So the turnover on downs gives the ball back to the Steelers. And good to see Jules Johnson now back in the backfield with Cabron Smith. Twins to each side. They will run it with Johnson. He runs into a host of Panther players, led by big number 56. That is Anthony Simpson, just a sophomore at 6'1" and 270. Down to 20 seconds remaining here in the quarter, and looks like both teams are going to be content to head to the 4th quarter. We'll take a break. When we come back, it's the 4th quarter, brought to you by Lena's Pierogi House. After 3, it is the Farrell Steelers 24 and the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 17 on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Whether you are a professional football champion or a fantasy football champion, Martusio Chiropractic is the place to recover from all your sports injuries. Proudly serving Trumbull County, Martusio Chiropractic is located at 369 Niles Cortland Road in Warren. Martusio Chiropractic accepts most insurance plans, now accepting new patients and offering some same-day appointments. For more information or to make an appointment, call Martusio Chiropractic at 330-856-9595.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
First play of the fourth quarter, Cabron Smith drops back to pass, rolls downfield, looks downfield, and the pass incomplete, looking for Samir Wade. The incompletion will bring up a 3rd down and 10 now for the Steelers as we just get underway here in tonight's fourth quarter.
Well, this is a big play here for the Panthers on defense.
Yeah.
If they can get this stop here and get the ball back, it's very important for them to get in good field position.
3rd down and 10 from the 40-yard line. Stack 3 in a diamond formation to the right. Smith going to roll that way. Seth's going to take a shot downfield in triple coverage, and that pass is knocked away and incomplete at the last second. And that is confidence in your receiver to make that throw that they almost completed into triple coverage.
Triple coverage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he almost dropped it in there again.
Yeah. Okay, Cabron Smith, man, I'll tell you what, the kid can put the ball anywhere you really want it. He's amazing. That was a dime ball. He put it out over top of the 3 guys out there.
Yeah, sure did.
So Smith will now punt the football away for the Steelers, who are a man short as they will sprint somebody on to the field in their protection coverage. Good snap, gets a quick kick away, partially blocked as it goes up into the air. And
whoa, that was close.
Yeah, you got to get away.
That ball is covered up by the by the Steelers. So the Panthers are going to have a short field to work with here in tonight's fourth quarter. That is brought to you by Lena's Pierogi House, your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Go to Lena's Pierogi House on Facebook to see the weekly lineup of available favorites for dine-in or carry-out, or call Lena's Pierogi House at 234-254-8532. So 1st and 10 for Chaz Coleman and the Panthers tonight. Twins to each side, single back in the backfield. Coleman to throw, has time, pass caught by his receiver who spun out of 1 tackle and will get upfield for about 7 yards. As that is Kamari Adams with his first reception, the 6'3" senior. Panthers going to go right back to the line. Twins to each side again. Oh, Coleman gets the ball off. The loose ball is on the turf. The beanbags go flying.
Yep, Farrell got it.
And the Steelers come out of there with the turnover, as this has been one of the more hard-hitting games, Dave, we have seen in a long time.
Yeah, a lot of hitting up in there. That was a bad handoff there. Never had the ball. The ball was loose there, and once you run up in there where all that collision is going on, more than likely it's going to stay loose. So Farrell was able to get on the football and got great field position.
We welcome the audience on AM 600 WRQX and Western Reserve Radio 1 after the Springfield Tigers fall to Geneva tonight. It is 24-17, Farrell of Pennsylvania leading the Warren Western Reserve Panthers. 1st and 10 for the Steelers. They will run it on first down. Across the 50, down to the 47-yard line is Johnson, but a flag on the play as well.
Yeah, I think they're going to call that on number 1, Farrell. I don't know if it was that.
Coleman Bay reaching in there and making a nice tackle.
Yeah, he definitely stayed in there.
Man, just 5'7" and 145 pounds.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, he just worked himself around, made a play here, but
yep.
Farrell backing up here.
So the block in the back penalty on the Steelers will back them up. As we go under 12 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter.
How many penalties you think we have so far tonight? I mean, it's been quite a bit.
Yeah.
Back and forth, you know?
It's been pretty even with the number of penalties, but there has definitely been a lot of them.
Yeah, yes, it has.
1st and 16, back to the 43-yard line. Smith, 2 backs in the backfield. Second one through, gets the football. He'll lower the shoulder, get across the 45, and down to the 47-yard line. That's Samir Wade again on the carry.
Yeah, Weaver coming up and putting the smack on him, and Powell.
You know, I'm thinking when you were talking about the penalties in the game, usually when you see that many penalties, the game is sloppy. But it hasn't been a sloppy football game. It's actually been a well-played game.
Absolutely.
Now, this is one of the higher quality, higher energy games we've seen in a while.
Oh, yeah.
2nd and 12 at the 47-yard line. Single receivers to each side, 2 backs in the backfield. Panthers showing blitz. The Steelers will run Wade again, breaks a couple of tackles. And Wade down to the Panther 48-yard line. And in the process, Wade lost his helmet. And he's not happy at all. He's got to come out for at least one play.
Yeah, he's a tough kid, running hard in there, and boy, some hard hitting over there, Panther defense.
Yeah.
3rd and 7 from the 48-yard line. LeBron Smith gets the play call from the sidelines. As they come to the line of scrimmage, under 10 minutes to play, fourth quarter, 24-17. Farrell leading the Western Reserve Panthers. They will hand the football off. That is Johnson on the carry.
He tried to reach out for it. I think he's going to be short, but he definitely made the effort.
Yeah.
And I kind of expected a penalty flag. It seemed like the second back in the backfield got a little bit of a head start with the snap of the football.
Yep. I agree.
So it is 4th down and less than 1 for the Steelers. Play clock at 15 seconds, 4th and 1 from the Panther 42-yard line. Single receivers to each side. Smith again goes under center. Panthers stack the middle. Smith looking for the first down. And he's going to get to the 40-yard line. He'll have it by plenty. 3rd time they've ran the quarterback sneak. 3rd time they've converted in the game, Mark.
Yeah, that's big time. You know, you want to have the ball in Cabron Smith's hands, you know, when it counts. And he does a great job of finding a crease or a seam where he can to get that ball through that with the cube sneak there.
Yep. 1st and 10 from the Panther 40-yard line. 8 minutes, 40 seconds. Clock rolling here in tonight's fourth quarter. Same look. Steelers have been in most of this drive. Single receivers to each side. A low snap. They run it with Johnson. And he's able to pick up a few down to the 38-yard line. Call it 2nd down and 8. And Farrell accomplishing 2 things. They're moving the ball down the field, and they're definitely winding the clock.
Yep, and that's what they want to do. They're in control right now. Take your time and make sure everything, all assignments is right, and let that clock continue to run.
Coach Pegues definitely has experience playing and coaching in big games. We'll give you a little of his resume after this play. 2nd and 7 from the 37-yard line. Smith going to toss this time to Johnson. Got a crease to the outside, and he's able to get the first down across the 30 and down to the 28-yard line. So head coach and athletic director Anthony Pegues, affectionately known as AMP, how's this for a resume? 41 wins in his first 49 games, a couple District 10 titles, a state championship. Oh, and by the way, 2 state championships as a quarterback for the Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, you can't beat that when you can have all that on your resume. And he's definitely got his team doing the right things, as we see tonight.
1st and 10 from the 29-yard line. Single receivers to each side. Low snap again. They will run it with Johnson, who read it beautifully, bounced it to the outside, and got down to the 20-yard line. Stayed in bounds, and the clock will continue to run.
Yeah, the Panthers DNs, they gotta maintain outside leverage, and not let them bounce.
Yeah, they definitely lost containment there and allowed them to get outside.
2nd down and 2 from the 21-yard line. If you are a high school basketball fan, there is nothing like going to Farrell to watch a basketball game. It gives you that Boston Garden-esque feel with the banners that hang there. One of the best high school basketball venues in the area. They will run it this time with Wade, and Wade has the first down to the 15-yard line.
Yeah, they're starting to open up some serious holes now, and I'm wondering if it's now, are we getting a little fatigued or things happening, because definitely big holes up the middle there. And, I mean, you can't hardly blame them. This has been a war out here tonight.
There's no doubt. No doubt about it. If they need to start blitzing and doing something to get them behind the sticks here.
Yep.
Go back to the scoreboard after this next play. 1st and 10 for the Steelers. Panthers showing blitz. They came across and made contact. That's an easy 5. 1st and 5 for the Steelers. Final score, Hubbard moves to 3-0. They were tied with Howland at 14 going to the 4th quarter. 28-14, Hubbard is 3-0.
14 unanswered. And like I said, we were talking about that in the summer, wondering if Hubbard would have anything. Well, looked like they put something together, and sometimes that's all you need. Get some wins under your belt, the confidence comes.
1st and 5 from the 10-yard line. Receivers go to each side. Smith, the quarterback, split backs in the backfield, offset to the left side. They'll run it with Johnson.
Nice play.
He's going to be tripped up after a short gain. Bring up 2nd down and goal. 2nd down and about 3.
Yeah, Chaz Coleman coming off the edge, knifing in there and making a big play.
We're talking about the quarterback now on defense making a play like that.
Yep.
So Jules Johnson will check in. Now it looks like Samir Wade coming to the sidelines. Play clock at 10 as the Steelers come to the line. Receivers to each side.
Here comes that slant. I feel it coming.
They'll run it again with Johnson. And Johnson short of the 5-yard line. Go down at about the 7. So it's going to bring up a 3rd down for the Steelers. Game clock under 5 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. Brought to you by Lena's Pierogi House in Hubbard. 24-17, Farrell leading Warren Harding. Guys, I don't know if there is a return game for this matchup next year in Farrell.
No.
But if there is, we should do this again.
Yeah, I would say so.
For sure.
3rd and 3 from the 7-yard line. They will run the football, breaking a tackle, spinning to the 5-yard line.
A lot of grabbing. No shoulder. You got to put a shoulder on him and wrap up. And they're running through those arm tackles that way.
So it will be 4th down for the Steelers as the clock winds down, approaching 4 minutes to play in the 4th quarter.
Well, this is it.
Yep.
This is it.
4th and 2. Steelers looking for the first down. Panthers need a stop to get the ball back.
Play of the game right here.
2 timeouts for Farrell, 1 for the Panthers.
Yeah, they probably call one right now. There it is.
Yeah. See where they're stacked up. They want to do that Q sneak, but you see how they have those guys offset to that side. He takes that snap like he's going to go forward. Then he goes to the outside where all them other guys are at, and that's how he can work his way down, try to get what he needs to get. Keep an eye on that for maybe this play here.
So timeout on the field. 3.5 minutes to play in tonight's fourth quarter.
Yeah, this play here is the ball game because there's one timeout. They get this first down. They only can stop it once, and pretty much say it's over with that situation. You know.
Once again, tonight's fourth quarter brought to you by Lena's Pierogi House, your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Visit Lena's Pierogi House on Facebook to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Call Lena's Pierogi House at 234-254-8532, and I think we might have to check that out before the game. Hubbard and Poland in a few weeks.
Oh, yeah. I see Mike is definitely ready for it.
Again, next week on the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week, Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240, Cleveland St. Ignatius and the Austintown Fitch Falcons, who I believe were winners earlier today to go to 2-1.
Wow, a PA score here. Sharpsville 63, Titusville 40.
Whoa.
10 minutes and 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
So there's
it's not over?
There's 103 points, and there's 10 minutes to play.
Oh, my goodness.
That beats our game we had here 2 years ago, where they had 99 total points combined between Austintown Fitch and Harding. Wow. I feel bad for the stats people.
Oh, boy. 103 points, and you still got 10 minutes to go.
Fourth down and 2. This is the ball game for the Panthers. They need to stop here. Quarterback try to slide down the line, and I don't know if he got it.
No, he did not get that.
Now, he did not. That is a stop for the Panthers. They will get the football back at their 6-yard line.
Yeah, they did what they needed to do to have an opportunity in this game. They had to do that, and they was able to.
Yeah.
And how much of that is recognizing the last sneak they ran? He did that. He kind of faked to the line and slid down. This time they were ready for it.
Yeah, called that timeout. Probably made an adjustment in the huddle and said, hey, guys, look, this is what we want to do. We're going to fill these gaps. He slides down. We're going to have a guy over the top, and that's exactly what they did to shut it down.
So we'll have a Farrell player on the ground at the 12-yard line. Looks like another cramp situation.
Oh, I get it. I know they're cramping up. I'm cramping up here.
So now the question, Dave, the question is, you've got one timeout. You're trailing by 7. And you've got a big play, explosive offense, but you want to score. But, I love the coaching aspect of this. You'll take a score whenever you get it.
Yeah.
But is there such thing as scoring too soon and giving Farrell the ball back?
Yes, it is. Especially when you see two teams that are explosive they are. I think you want to score, but you don't want to leave a lot of time on the clock because we done seen some explosive plays from Farrell tonight. So we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and you're talking like 2-3 seconds is too much time for these guys. Either way, they can score at any minute.
Yeah. Now we can get these receivers to hold on to the ball because both quarterbacks are putting it right on the money, and guys are running right past the defensive backs. I don't even like saying that, but they did. They're running right past them and wide open.
Or probably an extra 21 points off the board on drop passes, maybe more.
Yeah.
We could have been in the 30s and 40s.
Oh, yeah.
As long as we're not in the 103s. Wow.
Woo.
I would like to watch that game film with no, I don't want to watch it with the defensive coordinators. They may cry.
Oh, yeah. Be a lot of screaming in there.
Yeah.
First and 10 for the Panthers from their 6-yard line. First and 10, all on the 6-yard line. 24-17. 3:33 to play in the fourth quarter, brought to you by Lena's Pierogi House. Coleman to throw, downfield, pass caught, receiver able to spin forward down to the 11-yard line. They'll pick up 5 on the completion.
Something I noticed on that out there, the defensive back is ready to fly up quickly. A nice pump fake.
Yep,
go over the top. Yep.
2nd and 5 from the 11-yard line. Coleman goes underneath and a nice hands catch by the receiver. That is 21, Devin Morgan, the junior, with his first reception.
Yeah, they're leaving nice holes there. You got one middle linebacker in the middle of the field. You can pick either side you want.
1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. Coleman, 5-step drop with time. Fires downfield. The defensive back jumped the route. He intercepted the pass for the Steelers as he stepped right in front of that throw that had a little air underneath it. Julius Phillips Jr. with the big interception for the Steelers.
Yeah, what a spectacular defensive play. Coming up, nice transition, jumped the route, jumped right in front of it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that is a heads-up play by a junior defensive back for the Farrell Steelers. We have a player down on the field, and that is Chaz Coleman, the quarterback.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened there to him on that play as he released.
So the timeout for the injury to Coleman.
You know, even in the NFL, that's a long throw, and that's a tough throw to make when you got to throw out to the numbers. And he tried to fire it out there, but it gives the time for a defensive back to really make a play on it.
So as that defensive back, what are you looking for? What did he see that made him try to jump that route?
Well, I one of the things I always look at the key, if I'm looking into the backfield with my eyes on the receiver also, as soon as I see that back foot plant, I'm coming up. I'm coming quickly. As soon as I see him step the plant, I know he's releasing it. And you can go ahead and break on that ball. And that's probably what he's seen. I'm not sure, but if you see that, you can come up full go and go after it, especially if you know you got help over the top.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chaz Coleman being helped to the sidelines, not putting any weight on what looks like the right ankle.
Oh man, he's played a heck of a game.
Since he came in the game in the second quarter, he has played exceptionally well tonight.
Yeah, we saw him in on defense too.
Yeah.
Making plays.
And he hadn't played that. During the game, they bring him in on defense to play, and he's making plays there. But I tell you, nobody, that's one thing we done seen in this game. Whoever lost, never hold your head in this down in this game because they have played their heart out.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if you were listening, the powers that be, this might be a game we need to play. Let's not go 72 years between these two schools playing again. So 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line for Cabron Smith and the Steelers. We have 2 backs in the backfield, receiver to the right side. They will run it on 1st down and stumbling forward for a couple of yards.
Number 53.
Yes. Good play.
That was Rodrian Johnson, 5'10", 270 lineman. Nice play.
Brandon Chambers on the carry that time for the Steelers.
Yeah, you're just going to see this. I mean, this is what they're going to do. They're going to run the football between the tackles. They might try to get one out on the edge and run the clock. So if they can shut them down, get one more crack at it.
Yep, they'll get another crack.
2nd and 10 from the 33-yard line. Smith takes the snap, gives the ball to Chambers again. This time he's able to fight his way down to about the 32-yard line.
Yeah, they're in a tackles overlook, too. They got center guard tackle and another tackle down here, extra lineman in to try to run that football and get that 1st down.
Yep.
No going, though.
So 3rd down and 10, under 2 minutes to play. Each team left with 1 timeout. As we approach the top of the hour, you're listening to AM 600 WRQX Salem, Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown, and the iMedia One networks streaming online at westernreserveradio.com. 3rd down and 10. They will toss the ball. Made the first man miss and then tripped up defensively at the 34-yard line. And the Panthers will use their final timeout to stop the clock, and it will be 4th down for the Farrell Steelers.
Talk about a heck of a game. I mean, this is like a state championship feel to it.
Yeah.
Both teams well coached. A ton of athletes on both sides of the ball.
Yep.
It's coming right down to the wire as expected here tonight. Let's see what happens on this 4th and 11 with just, under a minute and a half left.
Unbelievable.
So the Panthers have used all their timeouts as it is Panther night again here at Mollenkopf Stadium. (24-17). Farrell leading the Panthers here on tonight's Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week. Thank you for tuning in. This one going a little late tonight after a long 4th quarter as we're coming up on 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a late one for a high school game. Definitely is.
Yeah, last time we were here, we got home late.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 4th down and 11. Forget Cabron Smith also is the punter. So we'll see if they're going to go for it here with twins to each side and Jules Johnson to the left of the quarterback, Cabron Smith. He will drop to throw. Going to take the shot downfield. And they'll battle for the football. And the Farrell Steeler receiver came down with the football at the 1-yard line.
Samir Wade.
Just out jumped the defensive back for the Panthers. 5'11", Samir Wade took the football and falls at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, all I can do is laugh. I don't know what else to say.
Well, if you're a defensive back, you just say, nice job, and run back to the huddle.
He was there. He was there. Guy went and got it.
Yeah, he wanted it more.
Yeah.
So 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. We are under a minute to play in tonight's game.
And what a ball, too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he stepped back and just let it go.
One step and just kind of fired it.
Yeah.
1st and goal from the 1-yard line. Steelers going to try and run the football for the goal line. And just stopped inside the 1-yard line as they unpile. With 29 seconds to go in the 4th quarter.
Let's see if Coach McGee just say, forget it. We already won the game. We don't need to
get some
extra points on there. Just let it run out. I don't know.
And you don't want to get somebody like in a scuffle or anything silly, some talk and John going on down there. You don't want to lose a kid.
Yeah, you just go ahead and let this run out.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, you don't want.
Game clock at 16, play clock at 5, separation by about 10 seconds.
Yes.
So the Farrell Steelers.
That's it.
There's still 8 seconds to go. As they will call the delay of game penalty on the Steelers and back them up to the 6-yard line.
I expect them to take a knee.
Yeah.
So this is an impressive win for Coach Pegues and the Farrell Steelers to come to Mollenkopf Stadium, come away with a tough 24-17 victory with 8 seconds to play.
Yeah, that's getting them ready for a nice run through the Region 3. They got Grove City next.
Cabron Smith under center will back up 2 steps and take a knee. And the final seconds in this one will roll their way off the clock. And our final score here tonight, the Farrell Steelers come to Mollenkopf and defeat the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 24-17. We'll take a break, begin the postgame show next here on Western Reserve Radio, AM 1240 WBBW and AM 600 WRQX.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School football game of the week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Back here at Molotov Stadium, a final score of 24-17 in favor of the visiting Farrell Steelers. We're now 2-0 on the season with the loss. The Warren West Reserve Panthers, Warren Harding Raiders dropped to 1-2. We take a look at the official numbers. First for the visiting Farrell Steelers, led in rushing by the sophomore Jules Johnson, marked 17 carries, 144 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
I mean, that's impressive. Not only that, doing it as a sophomore, what does that say about that offensive line? That was one of the things, I think it was a question mark a little bit coming into this season with losing some guys in a great senior class, how well this offensive line was going to gel. And they're doing a great job, and so is Johnson as well at the running back.
Samir Wade, 8 carries for 38 yards. Brandon Chambers Jr., 5 for 16. Throwing the football tonight, Cabron Smith, 13 of 16, 181 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Leading receivers in the game for the Steelers, Wade, 3 catches for 84 yards. Julius Phillips Jr., 1 for 49. And Brandon Chambers Jr., 3 catches for 32 yards. For the Warren Harding Raiders, led tonight in rushing, Javante Jones, 4 carries for 29 yards. Antonio Smith carried it 11 times for 12 yards. And Ryan Powell, 3 carries for 7 yards. And against the Farrell Steelers, the Panthers just could not get the running game going tonight.
Not at all. And I mean, they really bottled them up real well, and they wasn't able to run the ball, and, which was kind of surprising to me because that's something that showed a strength. And I was surprised that Powell did not play more at the running back position.
Coleman throwing the football, 5 of 10, 96 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Drew McCowan, 1 of 1 for 24 yards. Leading receivers in the game for the Steelers, LaMarcus Provid, 1 catch, 63 yards and a touchdown. Ryan Powell, 1 reception, 24 yards and a touchdown. And you look up and down this Raider roster, you see 3 Provits on this roster, and it makes you think of yesteryear for this program.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Omar right now. I mean, those guys were great athletes.
Omar, Finesse.
Yes, all of those guys. And you know, this is an athletic family, so we know what we're looking forward to as they come through the system here.
Farrell wins tonight 24-17 over Warren Western Reserve. The Panthers will take our final break, come back and wrap things up for tonight here on Sports Radio 1240 and AM 600 WRQX and the iMedia One Network.
Professional, fast, highly knowledgeable, easy to work with. These are real reviews by customers of Sandrock Concrete. For all your concrete block, brick, stone, stonework, and excavating needs, call Jerry Sandrock. For your free estimate at 330-506-0013. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured and ready to make your ideas a reality. Sandrock Concrete is a proud supporter and sponsor of Mahoning Valley High School football on Western Reserve Radio.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football. Hey, football fans, don't miss the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey at the Cavelli Center in downtown Youngstown. The Phantoms are preparing for the upcoming season as they take to the ice to defend their Clark Cup championship. With over a dozen highly touted prospects on this year's roster, the road to the NHL clearly runs through Youngstown. Purchase season tickets, group tickets, and individual game tickets now by calling 330-747-PUCK. That's 330-747-7825 or go to youngstownphantoms.com.
Clark Cup champion!
Molucc Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our number one priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Molucc_live. And remember, our fans come first.
Whether you are a professional football champion or a fantasy football champion, Martusio Chiropractic is the place to recover from all your sports injuries. Proudly serving Trumbull County, Martusio Chiropractic is located at 369 Niles Cortland Road in Warren. Martusio Chiropractic accepts most insurance plans, now accepting new patients and offering some same-day appointments. For more information or to make an appointment, call Martusio Chiropractic at 330-856-9595.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532.
Mill Creek Golf Course is now open. Experience the Donald Ross Championship design of both courses, where you can book a tee time online at millcreekmetroparks.org. Mill Creek features a newly remodeled golf shop, new cart paths, and is a Callaway certified club fitting facility with demo days. The PGA professional staff is now accepting golf outings and leads. For more information, call 330-740-7112 or stop by and see what all Mill Creek Golf Course has to offer you.
We now return you to the Sandrock Concrete High School Football Game of the Week on Western Reserve Radio 2 and Sports Radio 1240.
Time to wrap things up here from historic Mollenkoff Stadium as the Farrell Steelers get the win today, 24-17, and the crowd begins to file out. And before we wrap things up, we mentioned Ignatius and Austintown Fitch next week. Well, we can tell you the Wildcats of St. Ignatius, they are 1-2 on the year. They lost to Division I Springfield 27-11, got by Menor 16-14, and then maybe Mark can help us with this one a little bit. Lost tonight to Central Catholic of Pennsylvania 47-6.
Wow, that's insane. Absolutely.
Is that a powerhouse program?
Yeah.
So St. Ignatius is now 1-2. Austintown Fitch, a winner today over Glen Oak 35-3.
So that will set up 1-2 St. Ignatius and 2-1 Austintown Fitch for our game of the week next week.
Yeah, so we'll see just where both of those teams at. If you playing a powerhouse like they did and get beat like that in St. Ignatius, maybe they're not as bad as we may think from that score, but we'll find out a lot next week.
Mark, appreciate you making the drive over.
Yeah.
This is something you and I have talked about, 2-3 years?
Yeah.
Trying to find a way to get this done to just kind of, have fun with the fact that 2 Mark means it's called the same game. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Appreciate you making the trip.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate being here. Dave, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a game to be at, too. The first one, and it's, I'm telling you, it was fireworks all night long.
Yeah. Just want to keep you going for sure. There wasn't no boring moments with it.
No.
This was a very good game to be able to broadcast.
So for the first time in 72 years, the Farrell Steelers and the Warren Harding Raiders/Panthers tonight get together, and it is a game people will talk about. The final score tonight, Farrell 24 and the Warren Western Reserve Panthers 17. For Dave Clark and Mark Means, I'm Mark Means. You've been listening to an iMedia One sports presentation on AM 1240 and AM 600 WRQX. Have a great night, everyone.
We thank you for joining us for this special presentation of the iMedia One Network, and we now return you to your regularly scheduled programming.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
He's riding high right now. I mean, the Orioles are. Last time I checked, they had the best record in the American League, and I would not pick now as the time to start creating doubts about the future of the teams. That's just a timing point, I guess. But setting that aside, one of the things that never seems to sink in to owners is that fans don't really care about the economics of their particular team and how hard it is to go through salary arbitration or how hard it is to be a small market or whatever the case may be. I mean, fans pay a lot of money to watch the games, and that's their contribution to the deal. And I just don't think complaining, particularly in public, about the way a system works that's been in place effectively since 1976, it gets you anywhere. I mean, we have, we have the problem with teams that are successful that the good news is you've had a winning year. The bad news is that your payroll is going to go up next year because a lot of players contributed to that winning year. That's just kind of the way it works. I remember the first year we had the A's, we anomalously had a very good first year. And the good news was that was fun, but the bad news was that our payroll almost doubled the following year because of that success. But there was certainly no point in complaining about it. And I think that we have to understand, we being people who are in and around the administration of baseball, that fans already pay a lot to see games, and the nature of how revenues are allocated within the sport is a matter for the owners to decide and to collectively bargain with the players, and they've done that. So griping to the fans just strikes me as poor timing and kind of pointless. I guess you asked my reaction. That's my reaction.
Yeah, certainly is. Are the owners really a victim of their own doing? And what I mean by that is you have big markets, you have small markets, you have the things that go along with each of those markets. And as you pointed out, success leads to spending more money. And I think when you're going to be giving a player $350 million on a long-term contract, there's something wrong with that equilibrium. What is it that I'm missing there that I don't understand about that?
Well, you're not missing anything. Let's talk about baseball as compared to the other sports. The NFL and the NBA particularly have dealt with